All right, good evening. We're going to call to session the February 12th, 2024 City Council regular meeting. If the clerk can call the roll, please.
Of course. Councilmember Vinker?
Here.
Mayor Stone?
Here.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Here.
Councilmember Burt?
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka? Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Here.
Councilmember Koo?
Here.
For the record, 6 present.
Thank you. Next on our item is a closed session, a conference with real property negotiators. This site is informally known as the Cubberley site. Do we have a motion to go into closed session? And once we have that, then we'll open it up for public comment.
So moved. Second.
Okay. All right, can we open it up for public comment then? This is only for items on the closed session.
Our first speaker is Ken H.
Good evening. Yeah, after you came out of closed session last week, there was no announcement, but when the city manager gave us a report, he mentioned that you would be going into closed session tonight. So I'm kind of hopeful. I'm really, really hopeful that you can come out. I'm going to stick around till 6 o'clock, whatever time you get back out, and that you can announce something, that there's some terms, whatever they be. As I mentioned last week, 2024 is the year of decision because the lease with the school district runs out. Interesting. You have a very favorable school district right now, but in November, there's going to be an election, and it looks like there's going to be 3 openings. So may not have a favorable school district. So I'm really, really hopeful tonight you come up with some kind of terms. As you, Mayor, mentioned many months ago, fool me once, fool me twice, shame on me. So I look forward to your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public speakers? No? All right, then let's take the vote to go into closed session.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you. We'll go in closed session. Estimated time is until 6 p.m. Could be earlier, could be later. Thanks for your patience. See you soon. All right, thank you for your patience. We are coming out of our closed session. We have nothing to report at this time. Now we will be moving to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. City Manager?
And we have no changes from staff.
All right. Thank you. I want to move then to public comment. I'm going to just say a few words about kind of setting some ground rules during that time. That should take about a minute. If you intend to speak during public comment, please raise your hand on Zoom now or submit your speaker cards, because we will be cutting off accepting new public speakers when I am done with my remarks. So first, most importantly, City of Palo Alto values inclusion and tolerance, as we're striving to be able to create a safe space for all to be able to express their views. And any intimidation or harassment of anyone in this room will not be tolerated. Second, the First Amendment protects an individual's right to express their views in this public space. And while we can implement reasonable time, space, and manner restrictions, we cannot prevent a speaker from expressing their views, no matter how much we or anyone here may disagree. If a speaker is saying something that you do disagree with or you find troubling, you are welcome to excuse yourself from the room until after the person has finished their comments. We will not tolerate members of the public interrupting a speaker. Everyone is guaranteed their time to speak, but your time is going to be limited to your likely 1 minute of public comment, depending on how many speakers that we have. Please withhold all your commentary, both during and after someone is speaking. Ask that you do not clap or make any verbal remarks, as they do tend to make people feel uncomfortable in expressing their views. And just ask that everybody honor each other's personal space and right to express themselves. So thank you. How many public comments do we have?
We have 3 groups and 7 individual speakers.
Okay, thank you. And the number of total of people in the groups? Maybe you just put it on the screen.
Oh, 1 moment.
All right, thank you. So since we have over 20 speakers combined, we will limit individual comments to 1 minute. Group of 8 will have 8 minutes. The group of 2 will have 7. The group of 3 will have 6. But before we begin, I just do want to put out a warning to people watching. I have not seen the video, but I have been told that one of the videos that will be shown includes some incredibly graphic images that might be disturbing for some viewers. I've been told there are images of dead and badly injured children, and so I do want to just put that disclaimer out there. If that makes you uncomfortable, please leave the room or walk away from your computer or TV at that time. That will be coming. So thank you. And with that, we shall begin with our first speaker, 8 minutes.
Thank you, Council. By now, many of you have probably recognized my face. I have reached out to many of you to plead for your humanity and to recognize that what's happening requires that leaders like you speak up. And I'm hoping that after weeks and weeks of literally begging you, that you will recognize that this is something worth speaking up about, that residents in your city are hurting extremely, they are in extreme pain right now. Next slide, please. These are some facts. We are approaching an official count of 30,000 plus people killed by the Israeli military in the last 128 days. That's over 100,000 Palestinians killed, injured, and missing combined in the last 128 days. Next slide, please. The latest massacre in Rafah, which is the south of Gaza, began about 24 hours ago. Just to remind you, this is where all of the people of Gaza were told to evacuate to. There are now some 1.45 million people crammed into an area twice the size of Palo Alto, and they are now being bombed mercilessly. Next slide, and next slide again, please. That's happening. It worked just a second ago. Okay, I'll try to return to that video in a moment. I want to bring attention to the Stanford sit-in that is occurring on campus right now. The students there have been protesting for the last 114 days peacefully under threat of violent removal. They are demanding an end to complicity in genocide for the university and urging the university to boycott, divest, and sanction from Israeli companies, organizations, and institutions that uphold apartheid and genocide in Palestine. I will send that video to you individually for you to watch. If I have a moment, I'll try to get that corrected. But my point today is to please urge you to wake up. I don't know if you are following what's happening on a regular basis, but people in this community are, and they are absolutely hurting. There have been speakers that have come before you letting you know how many dozens of family members they have lost. The number of children that have died in Gaza in the last 4+ months is an unimaginable toll on any society, let alone one that is that has been relegated to a concentration camp, if you will. I mean, this is a horrible analogy, but we are nearing the point where these people are essentially being shot like fish in a barrel. There are videos of many that I would like to display to you, and I'll send that video to you, of a mother and her son being sniped, and people trying to crawl to the baby to retrieve it. Just dozens and dozens of bodies of children, of adults, of elderly being pulled out of buildings that have been bombed. Rafah now has, as I mentioned, over 1.4 million people. So each home is housing dozens and dozens of families, sometimes 100 people in a single building. And when a bomb hits a building like that, do you think that that's a targeted strike? Does it not weigh on your conscience that this city has not made a single remark about those people who have died, those innocent civilians who have been killed? I have pleaded to many of you, and many of you have listened, and I appreciate that many of you have given us the opportunity to speak. Not all of you have done that, and I find that troubling, that not everyone is given that fair chance to express the absolute moral outrage that is occurring. But I applaud you for at least listening, but now it's time to take action. You cannot just continue to ignore this issue and hope that the news will simply move on. We will not move on. We will continue to show up week after week, demanding that you speak up and you recognize that what is happening is a moral injustice. And it is your imperative as leaders of this city to speak for all of your residents, not only a select few. Mayor Koo passed a proclamation shortly after the October 7th attack, and that was well recognized. You worked with the community that asked you to pass that, and you did so. We have been asking for this, for a humanitarian proclamation, the most minimum requirement of recognizing something in the city to be passed, and it seems to be moving at a snail's pace. I appreciate that you have listened to us and are giving us the ability, but why is that sense of urgency not present? Why is it that we are literally begging for you to recognize when tens of thousands of people are being slaughtered? Why is it so difficult for you to see that humanity? You are all, I'm sure, genuinely good people, and you recognize when bad things happen that it is not, something where we can say collective punishment that occurs is okay, or we'll simply continue with business as usual. I can't believe that we have to say this, that when thousands of children die, and we see that on our screens, we hope that our leaders would recognize and say something. Just say something. Just recognize that these are people who had lives and dreams and hopes, and you are simply ignoring that. There is no reason for us to simply stay silent in the face of so much pain and suffering. You have not sat with people, maybe as I have, who have lost dozens of family members. I have talked to people, literally chatting with them, asking them if they're still alive, asking them if their family members are still alive. And they say, we don't know, we'll see. Maybe the next time we'll get an internet connection, we'll find out. How can that not weigh on your conscience? How can we simply be so disillusioned by what's happening and say that that is outside of our scope? We will simply continue to focus on the issues at hand and recognize the pain of one community and forget the pain of another community. How can that be acceptable? There is so much pain that is happening. There is so much torment that is occurring. Students in this city are having to be pulled out of school because they are being bullied mercilessly for their faith. There are students in this city considering suicide because of what they see on their phones every single day. If you think that people are not seeing it and that kids especially are not seeing it, you are wrong. I can open up my phone at any moment in time and see many, many bloody, battered bodies, people literally missing limbs, children with arms that are gone, decapitated babies. That is happening in Palestine. Please, I urge you, wake up. Wake up your sense of humanity. Recognize that what is happening requires your leadership at this time, even if that is painful. I know it may not be the most politically expedient thing for you to do, but it is the right thing to do. It is the thing that you will look back at and say, yes, I stood for something that mattered. Please agendize a ceasefire resolution.
Your time is up.
At least recognize the humanity of Palestinians and recognize what is happening
time is
to
up.
thousands of people.
Our next speaker is Sarit S.
She didn't count all the names that are on my slide. It's okay. I'll be okay. Thank you. Mayor Stone and council members, my name is Sarit and I have been a resident of Palo Alto for about 10 years.
Sorry, I don't think the mic is on.
Can you reset?
Is it? Or just get closer
Hello?
to it? There we go. Better. Thank you.
Can I start over? Mayor Stone and council members, my name is Sarit and I have been a resident of Palo Alto for about 10 years. Slide, please. I want to begin with a map of the region I'm discussing today. That tiny red country in a sea of Muslim countries is the state of Israel. It is the only democracy in the Middle East and the only Jewish country in the entire world. Slide, please. 128 days ago, Hamas broke a ceasefire with Israel and proceeded to commit mass murder, mass rape, and mass destruction, worse than anything the Jews have experienced since the Holocaust. Slide, please. Hamas also took more than 243 hostages, 134 of whom are still being held in terror tunnels today, with no access to the Red Cross or humanitarian assistance. We have no idea if any hostages are still alive. We know for certain that at least 32 of the hostages were murdered in captivity by Hamas. Slide, please. Israel was forced into a war she didn't ask for, a war for her right to exist. Hamas has one goal: to wipe Israel off the map. Hamas leader Khalid Mashal said, quote, "We reject the two-state solution. Our goal is clear: a Palestinian state from the river to the sea, from north to south. Israel cannot and will not allow this to happen." Hamas can end the war tomorrow. All they have to do is free the hostages and surrender. They can also have a ceasefire, which was offered to them just this month after they rejected previous offers. As I said before, it's hard to have a ceasefire with a terrorist group that is consistently rejecting ceasefire proposals. None of this is to say that we don't care about the population in Gaza. The photos and videos you've seen are heartbreaking, but we are in an impossible situation. Most donations given to the Gazan people end up in the hands of Hamas. When Israel evacuates Palestinians to safe areas, Hamas hides among them, like they are doing in Rafah. Just last night, the IDF rescued 2 hostages who were being held by Hamas terrorists in an apartment building in Rafah. They were surrounded by Gazans who must have known their existence and did nothing to help them. Slide, please. When Israel allows organizations like UNRWA to administer aid in Gaza, the IDF finds Hamas weapons and assets in UNRWA offices and schools. 12 UNRWA employees participated in an October 7th massacre. 1,200 UNRWA employees are members of terrorist groups, including Hamas. Over 3,000 UNRWA employees, which is approximately half of the workforce in Gaza. UNRWA employees belong to a Telegram group that celebrated the October 7th massacres. And about 6,000 UNRWA employees, which is approximately half of the workforce in Gaza, have relatives that are Hamas members. Just this past weekend, the IDF unearthed a subterranean data center belonging to Hamas located directly beneath the UNRWA headquarters in Gaza, complete with an electrical room, industrial battery power banks, and living quarters for terrorists operating in computer servers. There is simply no good way to fight an enemy of this kind. This is an incredibly complicated foreign policy issue that has no bearing on the management, operation, or governance of Palo Alto. Any calls for a ceasefire resolution will only increase the division, and the level of hate among us is already horrifying. Slide, please. Many of us are extremely worried about being Jewish in Palo Alto. At the candidates forum, anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic chanting, including the outright denial of the October 7th massacre by the pro-ceasefire crowd, was allowed to continue and went completely unaddressed by our leaders. One elderly Jewish community member was taunted simply for being Jewish. This is unacceptable. This behavior, unchecked and unaddressed, is normalizing hate and emboldening its perpetrators. We need your leadership to address the grave harm that this behavior is causing to the Palo Alto community, Jewish and non-Jewish alike. Thank you for your time and dedication to our community. I hope that you can take action to stop this horrible trend. Otherwise, this behavior becomes normalized. We need our leaders to speak out and call this for what it is, anti-Semitism. We need anti-Semitism education in our city. I'm hoping to see continued efforts to strengthen the bonds that have made Palo Alto a good place to live. We love our city and want it to be united, not divided. I'll end with this Super Bowl commercial, which captures our ask of you. Slide, please. Can you play the sound?
I'd remind people that all hate thrives on one thing: silence. The people who will change the nation are those who speak out, who refuse to be bystanders, who raise their voices against injustice. When we stand up to silence, we stand up to all hate.
Please stand up to hate. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alan C.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Thanks for giving me this time to speak. My name is Alan Crystal, and I'm a resident of Palo Alto since 1980. At the last city council meeting, I spoke with you about what happened right here in the city council chambers on January 31st. On that date, there was an important debate between the congressional candidates of the 16th district. Unfortunately, instead of getting to hear the candidates, the event was hijacked by anti-Israel protesters. For 45 minutes, they shouted hateful comments at the candidates and at members of the audience. Here's how the Palo Alto Weekly described it in an editorial by Adam Dawes, who's the CEO there. Quote, "Each response from the candidates was met with outbursts and heckling from loud and persistent protesters. Some of the protesters were engaging in anti-Semitic speech and denying the October 7th attack and the atrocities committed by Hamas. We, the organizers of the event, had created a platform that was hijacked for hateful speech." In the end, the important debate was cut short because the protesters drowned out the speakers and made it impossible to continue. It was a terrible outcome for free speech. Loud hecklers had been allowed to sabotage our democratic process by preventing the candidates from speaking and by preventing the audience from hearing what they had to say. After the event, I asked the moderator, Adam Dawes, why the loud protesters who had disrupted the event were not escorted out of the room so that the debate could proceed. He explained that the police had advised him before the event that they could only take action if there was violence or the threat of violence. This did not sound right to me. There's a law in California called Section 403. It says, quote, "Every person who, without authority of law, willfully disturbs or breaks up any assembly or meeting that is not unlawful in character is guilty of a misdemeanor." I then contacted the district attorney of Santa Clara County, and he confirmed my understanding of Section 403 and said indeed that it's relevant and enforceable. So I wrote a letter to the Palo Alto Chief of Police, Andrew Binder, to ask him why the law was not enforced and what could be done in the future. I received a thoughtful response from Ed Shiketa, thank you, the city manager for Palo Alto, and he explained that enforcing Section 403 and possibly arresting protesters would increase the risk of escalation, which the police and the city wanted to avoid. He also explained that there is a potential limitation to Section 403 in the case of public meetings. And he offered to meet with me along with the chief of police and the city attorney. I very much appreciate this offer, and I'm looking forward to that meeting. I think it's a very constructive thing. And today I wanted to come to you and encourage the city council to get involved in this subject. It's very important. We need your help to work on solutions to this serious problem that we have. It's a problem of uncivil discourse getting in the way of our democratic process. It's getting in the way of our community understanding across groups, and it's getting in our way of our fight against racism, including anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. If we accept the status quo, we have a situation where a determined individual or group can, with impunity, sabotage a lawful gathering of citizens to exercise their own rights of assembly and free speech. I'd like to work together to find a way to overcome this so that free speech rights for everyone, speakers, protesters, the audience, all can be protected. If Section 403 is not the answer, perhaps there's another statute that we could use to enforce. Or if there is no existing statute, then perhaps we need our representatives to enact a new ordinance either at the state or local level. We need your help with the solution. I'm in strong agreement with the principles of the First Amendment that the government shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. However, based on Supreme Court precedent, as you know, the government does have the authority to regulate the time, manner, and place of expression. And I think it really should be a priority of the city of Palo Alto, in my view, to take vigorous measures to promote open discourse for all its citizens and to protect them from the proverbial heckler's veto. This is the kind of issue where I think the city council can really make a difference. By contrast, the city council is not in a great position to solve the war in the Middle East. In fact, resolutions on the subject, even if well-intentioned, will have the consequence of inflaming disagreements in our community. Thank you for staying focused on the issues right here in our community. As I said, we need your help to protect free speech and civil discourse for everyone. Thank you again for allowing me to speak.
Our next speaker is Noel S.
I think I only get 1 minute, down for 6. Thanks. I wouldn't mind 6. Howdy. I'm kind of scratching my head a bit. I keep hearing the word hate, and I don't feel hate in this community. I don't think anybody, certainly not in our group. I mean, we have very cordial relationships with people who disagree with us, and I find it quite upsetting to hear people trying to say that we're stirring up hate. I also want to point out, and I wasn't here during the debate. The woman who went viral in the video saying there were no rapes. She's actually Jewish. Just so you know, this is not anti-Semitic. And I've seen a lot of videos from that. I mean, yes, people are quite upset. Again, our core group that's been coming here, we were not a part of that disruption. That was, but we really would like you guys. I mean, in the ad just now is saying, silence, and you guys are being silent, and silence is really unacceptable when children are dying. It's just, it's appalling, and
Your
we're in a lot
time
of
is up.
pain. Would really
Please
appreciate
finish
your
your statement.
Thank you. Would really appreciate your sharing our pain and making a statement. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lori M.
Tonight, I'm going to share something terrible and something wonderful. Here's the terrible. In West Contra Costa School District, on the other side of the bay, the teachers union is voting on a ceasefire resolution that accuses Israel of harvesting organs from Palestinians. This is a local ceasefire resolution by teachers. This is anti-Semitism. Centuries ago, Jews were accused of killing children to use their blood in matzah. Now, Jews are accused of harvesting organs. This is anti-Semitism today. But here's the wonderful. 2 weeks ago, I reached out to a mom in the Muslim community to have coffee. I was desperate to build a bridge after a hate-filled city council meeting when I was accosted by a protester. Today, we had that coffee. We talked about our kids, and I learned about Ramadan, and she learned about Shabbat. It was the start of a bridge. It's these conversations that make the difference, that make you realize that I would never harvest organs. It is a human-to-human connection.
Your time is up.
Please don't
finish your
divide us
statement.
with a ceasefire resolution and destroy what few bridges are left. Please help us come together.
Our next speaker is Lars J. Lars J. on Zoom. You should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Lars Johnson. I am a resident and parent, and today I want to ask you to stand up for humanity and civility and agendize a ceasefire resolution regarding the Gaza conflict. This morning we learned that the IDF has rescued 2 hostages in an overnight operation in Rafah. This brought tremendous relief and joy to their families. Reading on, we also learned that anywhere between 20 to 100 Palestinians died in the operation, most of them collateral damage. This brought unspeakable grief and suffering to their families. If there was a ceasefire, the hostages would still be alive, and so would be the Palestinians that became collateral damage. Who gets to say who lives and who dies? How do we explain our silence to our children? You can't. So speak for all Palo Altans, agendize a ceasefire resolution, give humanity our voice. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
In my determination to be a zealous advocate on the most important issues of the day, the issues that are critical to a fully functioning democracy, I have on occasion stepped across the line. My friend and city council member Julie Lithcott-Haynes sent me a text message last night pointing out where I had violated the trust we had developed over the more than a year we have known each other. She was correct. She was correct. Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes, I apologize for my breach of your trust in me, and I apologize from a deep spot in my soul, from a deep spot in my heart. For the record, I admire Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes for her passionate and ongoing contributions to our community. Julie Lithcott-Haynes is a treasure to our community. She is a remarkable leader and no doubt will continue to be a remarkable leader into the future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Talia S.
Good evening, council members. My name is Talia Shuby, and I am here as a representative of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or PASC. Since joining PASC in December 2022, I have come to speak here time and time again about the city's lack of progress on our 80 by 30 goal. As we keep coming back to say, it is critical that we phase out the use of natural gas in Palo Alto. As you well know, natural gas is Palo Alto's second highest source of greenhouse gas emissions. However, the general public is much less aware of the detrimental impacts of owning natural gas appliances, both to the environment and to their own health. Gas stoves and other gas-powered home appliances have been known to cause long-term health effects such as asthma, heart disease, and cancer. It is time that the public become educated about the health and environmental risks of owning gas appliances. The city needs a better marketing campaign to educate and help residents plan for their electric appliances before their gas ones break. About a week ago, a few members of
Your time
PASC
is
spoke.
up. Please finish your statement.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sari.
Okay, I'm ready. As Americans were preoccupied with a football game yesterday, Netanyahu gave Palestinians in Rafah a taste of the terror that is going to come. More than 12,300 Palestinian minors have been killed, according to the Associated Press. A government official said last week, a lot of innocent people are in trouble and dying, and it's got to stop. You know who said that? Our President Biden. When people say ceasefire, not only do they want the utter destruction of a minority group, but it's also telling our government, who is using our tax dollars to spare the thousands of innocent lives of women and children. As Americans, we must be vocal of government policies to hold them accountable for their actions, decisions, and policies. When citizens voice their concerns and hold leaders responsible, it helps prevent misuse of power. You, council members, should not stay silent, even if it's to provide sympathy. You don't want to look back on this day and wish you had spoken up. Say something, anything. In honor of Black History Month, Martin Luther King said, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter.
Our next speaker is Lawrence.
Hi, this is Lawrence. I'm a Palo Alto resident. I'd like to applaud the fact that vehicle to grid or bi-directional electric vehicle charging is being considered as the utility upgrades the grid. And I'd like to remind everybody that about 83% of grid upgrades can be prevented when electrifying buildings and transportation if vehicle to grid is incorporated, at least according to European studies and pilot projects. So I would like, before we spend a lot more money or allocate a lot more money to the project of upgrading the grid before we're allowed to further electrify our buildings and vehicles, that we look into the currently available vehicle to grid chargers, both for heavy vehicles and for home use, and consider how much we don't need to upgrade our grid if we incorporate these things instead. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, everyone. Move on now to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. I'm sorry, I'm just looking for my notes. So first, I want to just make sure that everybody knows. Please note that there's a change to tomorrow's Policy and Services Committee meeting. The regular meeting has been replaced with a special meeting starting at 6:30 p.m. A fourth agenda item has been added to the special meeting. The updated agenda packet has been posted online at cityofpaloalto.org. The title of the fourth agenda item is City Council Referral to discuss the creation of a Citizens Advisory Committee to evaluate City Council member compensation above Senate Bill 329 guidelines. Second item is on last Thursday, February 8th, at the City Association Santa Clara County, the unincorporated City Association of Santa Clara County entity was dissolved. And after that, this entity transitioned to the Cities Association of Santa Clara County Joint Powers Agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights, we'll move on then to our study session. It's a reliability and resiliency strategic plan for the city's electric utility. Staff, I believe we have a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Stone, council members, Dean Batchelor, Utility Director. Yes, thank you for your time tonight. We're asking for your feedback on our resiliency strategic plan. Just wanted to let you know that you probably have read this in the report already, that this actually went to the UAC as well. They took a vote of 7-0 to move it forward to you tonight, which we will bring back at a later date after your comments. Also, too, is that this plan also went to the ad hoc committee on February the 2nd, got feedback from that, and we incorporated those comments into this report. And with this, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jonathan Havenshine, our Assistant Director of Utilities, to kind of walk us through this plan.
Good evening, council members. I noticed a couple of, I'm Jonathan Abendschein, Assistant Director with the Utilities Department, and I'm noticing a couple of just wording problems with the presentation right here on the slide. It says plan acceptance, and this should say study session, and there is a recommendation toward the end that was really intended for a consent calendar item. So just want to emphasize this is a study session tonight. We're not requesting any action of the city council. Next slide, please. So let me start by just recapping the history of this item. In essence, the plan that we're working to adopt here is it's a comprehensive strategic plan that's meant to collect a lot of different reliability and resiliency ideas and projects that are all overlapping in many ways, and it made sense for us to pull them together into a single plan for you tonight. The genesis of this plan really was in discussions. In the spring of 2020, we council asked staff to provide an update to the SCAP, and the priority was achieving those 80% reductions in community emissions from 1990 levels by 2030. And we did an impact analysis in April 2021 when the council first received its look at the impact analysis. They established an SCAP committee, to provide oversight for SCAP adoption and implementation. And the committee convened a working group and working group teams, and to discuss how to do that effectively, and quickly came up against the issue of needing to modernize the grid to enhance its capability, and also discussions about reliability. And so when council adopted the SCAP and the implementation work plan on June 6th of last year, the reliability and resiliency strategic plan was included as a strategic plan that needed to be developed to consolidate all these issues and establish a work plan to make progress on them. You have the plan in your packet. The Utilities Advisory Commission and now the Council Ad Hoc Climate Protection Committee are both working on this plan. On December 6th, we presented the draft plan to the UAC, and they unanimously recommended council acceptance of the plan with some non-substantive modifications that we've integrated. And then on February 2nd, we did our first presentation of it to the council's Climate Protection Committee, and we expect to do another meeting with that committee before bringing this back to you for formal acceptance. Next slide, please. Now, the plan's purpose is again a way to consolidate all the utilities efforts to maintain and enhance the utilities reliability and resiliency, and it includes 6 strategies. The first 2 are focused on capital investment and maintenance to enhance the electric system. The third is focused on reducing barriers to integration of modern energy technologies like rooftop solar, energy storage, vehicle to the home, vehicle to grid technology, and these technologies will clearly benefit the electric system, even if we haven't yet quantified how much they'll benefit. So wherever people just want to implement these technologies voluntarily, we want to make it easy for them to do it. We want to do the outreach to promote voluntary adoption, and we want to help them understand how to operate these technologies in a way that benefits the grid. But we might want to go further. If there really is a significant benefit net of the costs, we might want to provide incentives or other utility programs to encourage these technologies even more. And that's what strategies 4 and 5 are about. Strategy 4 is about quantifying that cost benefit, and then identifying programs and their resource needs in strategy 5. And also in strategies 4 and 5, we start to look beyond just the utility benefits, and we start thinking about the community resiliency benefits these technologies can provide as well. Once we're done with the analysis and strategies 4 and 5, we should have a list of potential programs that the council could consider. And once we have direction on which, if any of these, the council would want to pursue, we would implement them, and that's strategy 6. Next slide, please. So we're going to try to achieve a variety of benefits through the efforts described in this plan. First, we want to make sure we're maintaining and enhancing our reliability. That's been a regular topic of discussion as people think about a more electric future. With a mixed fuel home, you can rely on some types of gas equipment to be available to you even during an outage. And with an all-electric home, it gets a little bit more complicated to have that reliability. So we want to make sure that we have a strongly reliable system. We also want to modernize that system to integrate new technologies. Again, solar storage, these technologies are getting older, but they keep being updated. And new technologies keep getting added, like vehicle to grid, vehicle to home, smart panels, and other sorts of smart and flexible technologies. And we want to make sure that as we modernize our grid, that we're able to integrate these new technologies, that we're not putting barriers in the way. We also know that we need to increase the capacity on our system to be able to handle these new electrified buildings and vehicles. And so increasing capacity is an important part of this plan. And then lastly, resiliency. Again, people have a wide range of demand for resiliency. For some people, they can be comfortable, riding through an occasional outage, even if they have an all-electric home. For others, having a higher level of resiliency may be really important, and we want to explore ways the utility could help those customers who want it enhance their resiliency. Now, when I talk about reliability and resiliency, I think they're not really defined terms. There are just a lot of ways to think about them, but for the purpose of this presentation, reliability I'm thinking about as minimizing outages under normal conditions. You have a localized outage for a few hours because some sort of power line went down. Resiliency, when I talk about that, that's managing the electric system impacts of a major event. And there's a little bit of overlap between the two, but that's how I'm thinking about it for this presentation. So what I'm going to do is go through this presentation, and I'm going to talk about each of these 4 potential benefits, and I'll talk a little bit about how we're doing right now on each dimension, and then how the reliability and resiliency strategic plan will benefit the grid on that dimension. Next slide, please. So let's start by talking about how the utility's reliability is today and how the community perceives it. So let's start with perceptions. I think I think we've all heard some folks in the community talk about this. High-profile outages in recent years have likely led some people in the community to lose some confidence in our reliability, and I think we've all heard folks talk about that. But what's interesting is, in a recent utility survey that we did last fall, we found that 85% of customers rated Palo Alto highly, and when I say highly, I mean 7 to 10 on a scale of 1 to 10, in providing consistent and reliable electric service. And 80% rated Palo Alto highly on restoring power in a reasonable amount of time after an outage. And that was significantly higher than most utilities nationwide and in Northern California. They did not give high marks, however, on how outages were communicated. And very few people would confidently state whether Palo Alto was ready to manage a major emergency. And that was far fewer people could express confidence in the utility's ability to manage a major emergency than at other utilities, where people generally had confidence their utility was prepared. Again, this wasn't an opinion that the utility was unprepared. They just didn't know whether the utility was prepared. Next slide, please. The reality, though, is that on a national on national metrics, Palo Alto has excellent reliability, both in relation to PG&E and other utilities nationally. So what you're seeing here is a chart. It's a little bit complicated, so I'll take a minute to explain it. You're seeing the nationwide average for one of the common utility indices that measures how affected a utility service territory is by outages. And there are a few different indices, and they all have the same sort of you see tell the same, they all tell the same sort of story, but this is the most representative index. And what we did was we took all of the indices for all of the different utilities across the nation and looked at the best quartile, the best 25%. That's that blue bar at the bottom. First quartile. These are the utilities across the nation with the best reliability. The green bar is the second 25%. Third quartile is the next 25%, and fourth quartile are the utilities in the lowest 25%. So higher on this chart is worse. And we averaged, the way we got these quartiles was we averaged them over the last few years from nationwide data. And in the black line, you can see Palo Alto's performance on this index over the last a little over 10 years. And you can also see PG&E. And I think when we compare ourselves to PG&E, one common question is, well, isn't PG&E covering a lot of rural areas? Well, this index that we're collecting is only for PG&E's Peninsula Division, which is just the area between San Jose and San Francisco, essentially. So it's very representative of the area Palo Alto's in. And what you can see is that both PG&E and the city in general have been better nationwide, and some of that just has to do with California's better weather. But still, the city exceeds PG&E's performance in this area. We're getting better reliability from City of Palo Alto utilities than from PG&E. What has happened, though, is that our reliability suffered a bit in 2018 and 2019. And then, of course, in 2022 and 2023, some of which would have been related to the extreme rainfall events we got during that time. Those declines in reliability may have affected perceptions. And there are various reasons that drive those changes in reliability. Next slide, please. So here's some of the things that impact reliability. We have aging infrastructure that is more likely to fail. We've had trouble filling vacancies like many other utilities. But when you have key workforce vacancies, it means there's less capacity to do maintenance. There are less experienced staff to take more time to do things. Sometimes they can make mistakes. You have less ability to replace infrastructure, and it can take a longer time to recover from outages. In the foothills, we now have public power safety shutoffs to avoid wildfire impacts. And then, of course, you have storms that can damage power lines. And then the rarest but most significant reliability impact you can have is that we have a single transmission pathway from Palo Alto to PG&E. And if that's and it's a single pathway with 3 different lines, and if all 3 of those lines are cut, which can happen in rare cases. It happened in 2009, and the last other event we could find was something like 50 years ago. But in rare cases, air accidents have cut power to the entire community. And that's a really significant event. Next slide, please. So here's how this strategic plan aims to preserve and enhance our reliability. First off, we're going to replace that aging infrastructure through the grid modernization effort. We're also going to, as we modernize, we're not just going to replace what we have, we're going to add more connectivity. So when you have a few different lines and you have different places where you can connect them up, if you get an outage somewhere, you can turn switches and route power in different ways to minimize the number of people who are affected by that downed power line. So that's another thing we're going to do. We're also working on adding a second transmission line, and any large transmission line project like that it's a big project and it takes many years, but we've been actively working on it in partnership with PG&E and the California Independent System Operator, who operates all the transmission. We're working on undergrounding lines in the foothills to avoid outages up there. We've had some success with workplace recruitment and retention. We're continuing to implement our wildfire mitigation plan, and we're working on improving our outage communications to address one of the major issues that our community has, including the launch of the outage management system that people may have experienced in the last year. So we've just upgraded our outage management system. Next slide, please. We're also modernizing the grid to accommodate and take advantage of new technologies. And that includes things like solar battery storage, or even technologies that allow electric vehicles or smart home appliances to respond to grid conditions or back up a home even. There are also smart technologies that we can deploy on the electric grid to make it operate more efficiently and automatically. Smart meters are the ones you're likely most familiar with, but there are also other types of technologies like smart switching technologies that we can deploy to help grid operators behind the scenes. So we're working on that. Now, the other thing that we're working on is how to accommodate distributed technologies. And I'm talking about solar, storage, vehicle to grid, anything that can send power in the opposite direction. And when distributed technologies are deployed, they can cause issues on the grid if it's not designed for them. So, for example, our electric system, like virtually all others, was designed to have power flow in one direction, from large central generators to homes and businesses. And when you start putting a lot of technologies on the grid, like solar, that can feed the grid in the opposite direction, instead of just consume from it, it can drop the voltage or even create conditions where power is flowing in the wrong direction. And the voltage drops can cause things like flickering lights or problems for electrical equipment. Reverse flows can be a serious issue because existing grid protection devices like relays or voltage control systems are only designed to work when power is flowing one way. So two-way flow can create dangerous conditions. And with a high enough reverse flow, you can even overload the capacity of transformers or power lines. On the other hand, if we prepare the grid for them and integrate them properly, these distributed technologies can provide benefits. We can send price signals or education to get people to use energy at times when the grid's less crowded or less dirty, for example. And if people consistently operate them in a grid-friendly way, for example, charging vehicles or batteries midday or at night rather than in the evening when the grid's most heavily used, then it can also reduce the impacts of electrification on our distribution system. And there are even ways to install new technologies efficiently. So for example, having a vehicle charger share a circuit with a dryer, and that reduces the impact on the grid of simultaneous use of those two devices. And it can even potentially produce some cost savings to the customer by helping them avoid panel upgrades. So there's a lot there. And at minimum, what we want to be doing is preparing the grid for these technologies and reducing permitting and other barriers to their adoption, and giving people who voluntarily adopt them guidance on how to operate them in a grid-friendly way. We also want to do outreach and make people aware of the benefits and encourage voluntary adoption. And Strategy 3 addresses all these efforts. We've already completed a study as part of the grid modernization study on the types of investments that are needed to accommodate these high penetrations of solar, storage, vehicle to grid, et cetera. And there are actually some feeders or transformers that would need to be updated, and switches and fuses that would need to be changed, smart technologies that have to be tested and integrated. And these investments are being incorporated into the grid modernization effort. We're also working with planning and development services to make sure we can accommodate these different technologies. And frankly, they've already done a lot of work on the solar permitting process and are wrapping up some work on things like smart electric panels, circuit sharing, and other even newer technologies. And they're really ready to accommodate a lot of these technologies as they come in. We're finding they're largely already ready. They've even approved several projects using some of these technologies. So then our next phase is to start developing some utility guides and communications to help people install and operate these technologies. We also want to transition to time of use pricing in the next couple of years. And both those efforts are currently in progress. So there's a lot that we're already doing, but even with all this effort to make it easy for people to adopt, we haven't done a full cost benefit analysis to determine if we should go just beyond reducing barriers and doing outreach to promote these technologies. I think the question we're asking ourselves is, should we be providing incentives or special utility programs that drive even higher adoption than we're going to just get voluntarily? And that's why we're aiming to discover, through strategies 4 and 5, which focus on grid capacity and community resiliency. Next slide, please. So that third benefit we're trying to achieve with this plan is increasing capacity to accommodate electrification. And without this, we really can't maintain a reliable electric system. As more people electrify, it'll start to overload the system. So in general, this means adding more and larger transformers in the neighborhoods, as well as upgrading the feeder lines and the wires. So the grid modernization effort, that's the primary way we're increasing that capacity, and we're doing it on a really ambitious schedule. We're aiming to complete the areas of the city with overhead lines by 2027, and this represents over 90% of the single-family neighborhoods, meaning the vast majority of homeowners in Palo Alto will have the capacity for vehicle and building electrification by the end of 2027 if we're able to remain on schedule. But in parallel, we're also asking ourselves whether there are things, all these new technologies that I was talking about on the last slide, there are ways that they can help us do this more cost efficiently, maybe by using fewer transformers. And also the areas of the system that get upgraded toward the end, we want to allow for as much electrification as possible using the existing capacity while modernization proceeds. And some of these flexible and efficient electrification strategies may help. Things like circuit sharing on the one hand for efficient electrification, and things like well-operated solar and storage systems, that can reduce the peak demands on the grid. And so in strategies 4 and 5, we want to do a cost benefit analysis to understand the value of the technologies to the utility in this area. In strategy 4, we're going to identify whether the cost benefit analysis supports more intensive programs like utility incentives, technical assistance programs, or even direct installation. In strategy 5, we'll develop a list of potential programs we could launch and identify the resources that are needed for them so that the council can make policy decisions about what it does or doesn't want to do. Next slide, please. And so then that brings us to resiliency. Many of the technologies, so this is really what makes this topic so complicated, is that these technologies can do so many different things. Many of the technologies we're examining under strategies at 4 and 5 also have potential resiliency benefits. They can help people during outages. Examples include battery storage or vehicle to home. So as people start relying more on electricity, some, like I said, are going to want some kind of service to continue during both routine outages and major events. And different residential and business community members are going to assess their needs differently. To date, our policy, like most utilities nationwide, has been to let people decide what their backup power needs are by themselves, provision it by themselves without any utility assistance. But we've also heard some interest from some community members in having the utility start helping with these types of services. And the world really has changed a little bit because these newer technologies like solar, storage, and vehicle to grid can provide both utility benefits and individual customer benefits, which was less applicable with older technologies like backup diesel generators, although it was still somewhat applicable, but not like it is now. So we're going to try and value the resiliency benefits of these technologies as part of strategy 4 as well. And then when we look at potential utility programs under strategy 5, we'll also consider programs that have a focus on resiliency in addition to a focus on helping the grid. So we would take these potential programs to council after gathering community feedback for a decision from you all on which programs, if any, to implement. And that implementation then would be anticipated in strategy 6. Next slide, please. And then as a last thought, I just want to say something on the cost of all this grid modernization. Obviously, the grid modernization effort is really the largest component of this reliability and resiliency strategic plan. And so it's natural to wonder about the cost. The costs are very uncertain at this early stage, but we're currently assuming the annual debt service for the grid modernization project will be around $14 to $15 million per year by 2030, with the debt being paid off in the late 2050s, unless it's refinanced and the terms extended at some point. That's comparable to our current levels of annual capital investment in the electric system, but it supports up to $300 million in upfront investments. And we don't know that we'll need that much, but that's our very preliminary high-end estimate. And then we also have done some very sort of rough and early staff estimates that around 50 to 60% of that investment represents replacement of aging infrastructure that we would have had to replace anyway over the next 30 to 50 years. So the additional costs related to electrification is significantly less, likely somewhere between 100 million and 150 million. You know, again, that $7 to $8 million per year probably in debt service. And that's possibly less if we find ways to reduce the cost using innovative technological solutions like distributed technologies, as we've been talking about. And for this investment, the city will be able to enhance its reliability, modernize the grid to accommodate solar, storage, and other new technologies, add enough capacity to enable the city to be electrified, and potentially accommodate new resiliency solutions as well. And it's an investment that will really put Palo Alto well ahead of other communities on the path to lowering emissions and future-proofing the electric system. The last slide here is actually a recommendation. That's a recommendation we're going to bring back to you. And the SCAP committee has not recommended this yet. So I think maybe let's move past this slide and let me just talk to you about the next steps. We'll come back to you with a recommendation. Can we move to the next slide, please? I'm sorry, can we move to the next slide?
Jonathan, I think that's the end of the presentation.
Okay, well, so as far as next steps, we're going to do an additional ad hoc climate protection committee meeting in the coming weeks. And then we'll return to council for plan acceptance after that. And we'll continue, we'll begin implementation of anything that's not already being implemented at that point.
All right, thank you for that presentation. We'll bring it back to council for questions and discussion. We are pretty significantly past our time, and so if we can try to keep our comments as concise as we can. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Abenshine, for that presentation. It was very thorough, so I actually don't have too many questions, but I did want to sort of preface it by saying when this came to SCAP, we saw this slide deck, but I don't believe we actually went through item by item the actual plan. I just want to make that clear for the record. But generally, this is really, really extremely important and really terrific work that's being done here, because our grid could be the biggest hurdle or the biggest enabler of our achieving our climate goals. And this plan is how we make it the enabler, not the hurdle. So, so I'm very excited about this. And I want to underscore the last point you made, that the true cost of this investment is less than half of what we talk about as the investment, because most of it would be used in replacing our aging infrastructure. So I just wanted to preface my questions with that. So as we sit here today between atmospheric rivers, I'm very excited about both the reliability and the resiliency efforts that you outlined so that the grid hopefully doesn't go down, and if we have a problem, it comes back. But really, for our climate goals, interested in the modernization to allow the use of distributed technology, the battery storage, two-way charging, and the stuff that you were talking about makes the current flow the other way, which is, of course, a challenge to our aged grid. So could you talk a little bit about how we step through this? Because if we are wanting to upgrade our grid, obviously we can't do it all at once, but looking at the different kinds of things we put in to allow us to take advantage of these modernization features and smart features in the grid, even as we evaluate which ones are best. So how do we step through this process to try to juggle all these factors that you've described?
Well, so I think one of the benefits here is that we're actually ahead of the problem. So it's pretty rare for us right now to encounter solar and storage systems that run that drop voltage significantly or run current backward on the system. But what we've done is, as we did the grid modernization study and as we've started to design the grid modernization effort, we've made sure to think about what high penetrations of solar and storage would do to different feeders. And the goal of the upgrades is to future-proof, to plan ahead so that people, even as we get more and more higher and higher penetration of these technologies, people will be still be unlikely to encounter a situation where, where they're causing problems on the grid by installing a new system, and that there are upgrades that need to be done, delaying a project or adding additional cost. So I don't think there is necessarily a phasing here where there's a near-term time where people will have trouble putting in solar and storage systems, and a later term time where it'll be easier for them. We're kind of getting ahead the problem on that dimension. With capacity, it's a little bit different, as we've talked about, where there are probably going to be places in the community where people will encounter transformer upgrade needs when they're putting in large vehicle chargers or large building electrification projects. But we're going to try and get ahead of that as quickly as possible as well.
Okay, thank you. Then I have a specific question. One of the strategies and actions is to improve workforce retention and recruitment. And I think that's going to be critical to getting this done, and easier said than done. And so I looked in the specific action plan, and I don't see a lot of detail. Do you have thoughts, or is that partly something that you're planning to develop on workforce retention and recruitment?
So it's a range of efforts, and we've already had some success. We've had a number of new folks come on in the recent years, but I'd like to turn to our utility director to speak to that a little bit more.
So Councilmember Vinker, so one of the things that we've been doing is that we've been working closely with HR on the recruitment piece and cutting down the timelines of when we're actually doing these recruitments. We've actually been somewhat successful on bringing some additional linemen on board. As I've talked to the council in the past, one of the strategies is that we've been hitting the colleges. We find a lot of younger folks that have been coming on. We probably right now have roughly 6, 7 junior engineers that we took from Sac State as well as St. Louis Obispo. Those are the 2 schools that are accredited to have a distribution engineering degree. So it's not electrical engineering degree, but we want distribution, understanding the grid, and they're super excited about being here because this is kind of a lifetime for them right now to work on this project. So they're super excited about being with us and being part of the design of how we're moving forward with this.
Distribution engineers now. Wow, that is specific. Good to know and good to hear. And one other question. I can wait for the next round, or should I ask it? Oh, okay. So, thank you. The gentlewoman to my right is yielding a moment. You mentioned trying to get a second transmission line to Palo Alto, which sounds smart. What are the prospects for that? How does one go about that? Do we think that's likely? And if so, any timeframe estimates?
So I can speak to how we go about it. I think it's hard to handicap the prospects at the moment, but essentially every few years there's a transmission planning process that the California Independent System Operator goes through, and new proposed transmission projects can go into that process. So we've been working to submit into that process. Because of the reliability impacts that just having that one transmission line creates for us. We're continuing to develop our application. I don't think we were not successful in the last round, but we're continuing to develop our application to raise the prospects. And the main thing about that process is it allows the cost of that transmission line to be collected from all utilities, all utility ratepayers in the state, just like Palo Alto pays for transmission investments for transmission investments throughout the state through when it pays its transmission charges. I'm unsure whether there are other avenues for getting that transmission line in, but they would be very costly to the ratepayers in Palo Alto if we were to go through a different process, I believe.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yeah, I just want to say that, sorry, if I can talk, I want to say that I really think staff has done a terrific job on this, as has the UAC, to really process this and dig in deep and see where we're going. And I think the progress is just amazing. I really appreciate Assistant Director Helsheim speaking about the financing. And while half of it we probably have to do anyway, those numbers are really significant. $300 million to be financed, $14 million a year in debt service. I'm really glad you put that out here in the public, because the public has to embrace what we have to do, and we don't want that to be a barrier. But that means we have to prioritize it very high as we get into our financing discussions. And the public also needs to know that that gets us by 2030 into a position to be, all the infrastructure is done. That doesn't recognize any money necessary for incentives for folks that need incentives to put this thing in. So the numbers are big. That shouldn't be daunting to us, but it should be realistic caution. And I'm really pleased that you added that to your presentation. But great work, and same to the Climate Committee.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Thank you. So first, I want to say that this plan is a big deal. It's a very comprehensive approach that we've never had before. And it's really a transformation, I think, from where we were in our own thinking and planning 2 years ago. Some of you may remember that we had an initial estimate that it might take 10 years to upgrade our grid to the point where we'd be ready for the full electrification. And our staff has worked together to come up with a plan that's doable 4 years from now if we stay on schedule. That's an aggressive plan, but if we miss it, I think we'll miss by a little and not a lot. But then there's a whole bunch of the rest of this plan about looking at how emerging technologies have the opportunity to be integrated to provide greater local capacity, and therefore adding resilience by having local capacity. Basically, smart systems, this whole next generation of smart systems up and down the whole supply chain, all the way to our smart appliances at home. And it's a real transformation that's occurring in this electrification field, where we're not just saying that to electrify in the future, what we need to do is just double the way we used to do things. It's an entirely new innovative approach, and the technology advances are happening just real time, one after another. One of the things that I think is very important is to recognize, as John spoke about, that our resilience and reliability is critical for electrification. And it was always important in our community. We've historically outperformed PG&E and other utilities. But as we electrify, it becomes even more important. So if we could have that slide, they weren't numbered, but the reliability and resiliency perceptions and reality slide come back up. And when we look at that, we'll see that actually, as I read it, starting in about 2016, we started seeing an increase in reliability, both in the city and a more severe one increase by PG&E. But nevertheless, an increase in Palo Alto reliability. And we heard about, a couple of outlier circumstances that contributed to that, but look at the trend line. Overall, it's a trend line of a decrease in reliability, a modest decrease in Palo Alto, a much more severe decrease statewide. So our performance compared to PG&E is probably on average better than it's ever been, and it's always been better than them. But our absolute performance is actually worse. This is as we're in a period where we're looking for people to rely on electricity more so. And so my concern is that we haven't set goals. And I think that the first thing we need to do is set a goal on reliability that is returning us to our historic average, which is in the lower half of the first quartile. We were exceptionally good nationally as well as compared to PG&E. The second question is, what goal should we have upon full electrification? If people are relying on electricity, what should that reliability level be? And I think that's one of the most important things we need to struggle with. And I hope that the SCAP will be able to discuss that with staff and come back with some, at least, if not a recommendation, parameters for discussion. And then I also want to bring up under the capacity, one of the things that the community is concerned about, not just capacity of our grid system within our community, but its capacity of supply of electricity, period, from renewables. They say, where are you going to get all these renewables? The reality is that renewables today are cheaper than they've ever been. And so the new electricity supply, just on the commodity basis, actually is cheaper than what we've been paying for those renewables and in many cases for the brown power. The cost of transmitting it through the state grid is going up, but the cost of purchasing those power purchase agreements on average are going down. And particularly what's going down is the cost of storage. That's what's now falling at a rate that we saw solar dropping at incredible rates over the last 20 years. Solar is still dropping, but it's the storage that is dropping in cost drastically, which brings up a question of how much storage should we have within our city versus when we and others buy a new power purchase agreement with a solar supplier. Very often there's battery storage on site. It's at the utility scale solar farm. But the question is, for me, is how much benefit does our local ratepayers and our customers, how much benefit do they get when there's storage where that power is generated versus if we paid for that storage to be within our city? Utility scale storage within Palo Alto. And I think this is one area that we haven't struggled with enough. 2 years ago, when I first brought this up, the response was along the lines of, well, it's more expensive to have that same storage here than at the utility scale site. we need to understand those comparisons. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, other than land costs, that it would be a lot more expensive to store it remotely and not get that direct benefit. So that's an important additional aspect. I really was glad to hear what we heard on the summary slide from John, which was on the preliminary grid modernization costs, actually very preliminary, it's stated, but that about half of those costs that we've heard about are in the neighborhood of $300 million. And that is a rough estimate. That's not a number that our staff knows for sure, that we do, but that's the working estimate. But about half of that we'd have to do in future decades either way. So that $300 million isn't the cost of electrification primarily, it's a combination of what we would have to do either way, plus what we'd have to do to get the full electrification. And I just did want to note on the workforce, well, there's really two aspects of this grid modernization. We're worried about the workforce and the supply chain, even getting hold of transformers and the like. But one of the things that was done in the last year or two was that we became more competitive on our pay. We had better part of it, I don't know, a decade where PG&E was basically having to invest enormous amounts to transform their grid and meet their needs. And they were basically pirating workforce from folks like us. And in many cases, those people were able to move to lower cost regions and yet receive pay above what we were paying. And yet, while that was happening, and I think that there's a correlation between this reliability trend and what happened there, we had 30 to 50% vacancies in our engineers and our high voltage line workers. A couple things happened. One is we saw our reliability degrade, not as fast as PG&E, but saw it degrade. And second, our residential rates, which used to be 30% below PG&E, went to 40% below PG&E. And now this year, they'll be closer to 50% below PG&E. We've been underinvesting, and we're underpaying our workers to be able to invest. So all those things are, I think, on a right track now. And then lastly, on the resiliency, I didn't see microgrids listed, and that's a particular category that I think we have more opportunities than we often think of. For instance, our airport has a huge capacity for a microgrid. Even Coverly has capacity for a microgrid. And we need to kind of look at Google Maps to realize we have more land available for this than maybe we thought we did. It's not going to be easy. Land is scarce in Palo Alto, but I think there are more opportunities than we've recognized. And then on the staff noted on the local solar, they mentioned that we've streamlined permitting. We were one of the first cities in the country to adopt NRELS, the National Labs standard for solar plus permitting. And that really streamlined the permitting process. We still have a cumbersome inspection process, but we have a streamlined permitting process to be able to get one online for like in a half hour is the claim. They were supposed to come up with a solar plus battery as the next step, and I haven't heard an update on that. But we now see that not only in Palo Alto, but elsewhere, most folks who put in solar are putting in battery storage with it. And we did a study 2 years ago, latest battery study that I recall, that basically said it's kind of economical to put in storage. It will be even more so when we go into time of use pricing, where it costs us less to use electricity when it's being overproduced and green, and costs us more when it's in short supply. And that means that if you have your own battery, you can charge it when electricity is green and cheap, and then use it yourself when electricity's more brown and expensive. But in our last study, there was nothing attributed to the value that individuals place on resiliency. Now, the people I know who put in batteries with their solar, they're not doing it primarily for the economic reasons. They want that personal security of knowing they've got battery backup. That's what's driving most of the battery adoption. And the staff report says, well, it's difficult to quantify that. Well, not everything that is of value can have a quantification to it. And in this case, the highest value is pretty unquantifiable. So I look forward to our SCAP wading into this in even greater detail, but I want to appreciate staff, and I also want to express appreciation to a whole bunch of our community advisors who 2 years ago, many of these elements of this plan were new ideas to most of us. And a lot of this has come forward as a result of that input that was originally thought kind of far-fetched, and it's already becoming mainstream. Thank you.
Councilmember Koo.
Me, thank you. So I want to say thank you to the ad hoc committee for all the work that they've done through these many years. But also I want to let staff know thank you for your work. But I want to say I really like this report. As I was reading it, I was thinking this is really great because I understood what it said. I do want to say that on one part where the UAC had recommended that that you specify in the resource section of the report whether funding is already available or needs additional funding, and then reporting on progress of implementing the RRSP, specify if implementation is on schedule or within located budgets. It'll be great to have that cost column in there as well. When I was reading the report, I was still under the impression that it was going to be approximately 200 to 300 million plus 5 to 8 staff members over the 7-year period until Mr. Abershine mentioned that part of it or a lot of it is something that we need to do already for addressing aging infrastructure. And I think the other thing I wanted to also make sure that we address is what the community says, you know, the communication of outages. How do we improve that? How would you suggest to improve that? And how do you have a customer base that is more confident that their electricity will be restored quickly, especially for those who have need of electricity for their medical devices? Many of them may not have the funding in order to have the battery storage and so forth. So for those people that are still on the normal system, you know, I think that we need to develop something in order to ensure that it's communicated with them, as well as making sure that they realize that they should have the confidence that their power will come back quickly.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Haim.
Oh, I have one more question.
sorry.
I'm so sorry. Yes. One more is in the strategy 1.5, the foothills undergrounding, it says that 2 of the 4 required substructures are already, no, 2 of the 4 is already finished or expected to be completed in 2025. Do you have the cost of the next 2 phases that is going to be undergrounded?
Councilmember Koo, I do. It's about $7.5–8 million. When if you remember, when we went back and we were going to do a build, it was going to cost us somewhere in the neighborhood of about $25 million if we were going to use contractors. And we're actually going to be complete. The goal is to be complete by October of this year, before the wintertime comes. So it's about another $7.5 million. And we've spent right now, we've been about 6.2, 6.3 million so far.
And what is the length?
You
You can just come back.
29 spans, 250. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Jonathan, do you remember the mileage on that?
Unfortunately, I don't. We can try. I can try and get a hold of it.
That's fine.
Okay.
We can get back to you.
No problem. Thank you so much. About reliability, of course, a lot of things happen, with nature. Mother Nature does things. And so with the storms and so forth, if the wires fall down and so forth, and I know that we're upgrading all of that. I think one of the sure ways to do it in order to get more reliability would be undergrounding, which is why I'm asking about undergrounding cost and, length of time. Definitely that would provide more reliability, but so that's just a thought. And thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Evanshine, for a wonderfully thorough presentation and staff report. I want to ask questions that haven't yet been asked. I agree with much of what has been raised and appreciate my colleagues' deep thinking on this. I want to second Councilmember Byrd's notion that we ought to set goals for reliability so that we can once again be that city that is gold standard at having a reliable grid. And it's clear that our reliability went down when we started, when we slowed our investment in staffing and infrastructure upgrades. So I'm excited to see us kind of get back to where we were. Communication issues with the public clearly came up in the staff report. The sense that folks, are not terribly confident that that we are ready to manage a major emergency. And we were not given high marks on how outages were communicated. And I thought it begged the question, how does the city reliably communicate to the public? I know our utility bill is something we rely upon to convey messages because, everyone's that's here has got a, utility bill. On the other hand, if you're a family of four, maybe only one person's reading that utility bill. And what about the other three people? How are they getting the message? And I think many of the ways in which we communicate are opt-in, sign up for our newsletter, come to our website. But for something as really important to our thriving and survival as our electric utility, I just wonder if this isn't an opportunity to think, how are we confident that we're really pushing information to people real time when they need it or, in advance of when they'll need it? Go ahead.
May I answer? So I can tell you that, we've changed our ways in the way the communication was. So one of the things, of course, we've been using social media as much as we can. But one of the biggest things with these last couple of outages that we just had, we produced over 11,000 texts back out to the customers. So with the new outage management system that we put in place in this past year in October, November time of 23, the system that we put in there is pretty gold plated at this point, where we have actually now two-way communications with our customers. But we did have the disappointing piece, and I talked about this at the UAC meeting this past Wednesday, was that we had 669 customers that actually still want to call. And so unfortunately with that, I think, and I asked the public at that point to please opt in with their phone numbers. We can take up to 5 numbers. So if we can take a number, then we can put them in the system. And if there is an outage, they'll be able to get a text, they'll get an email, they get a phone call, whatever they would like to back to those phones. So we do have the capacity now that we can communicate better on when we have outages. And then we also have the ability to actually, in the past, we would send blast of emails to all customers. Well, now we can actually geographically put it in a map and just say, this is the area of the outage. These customers in this only area will get these messages, not the entire system as we did in the past.
Thank you for that. I think this presentation was so great. I want to encourage Mr. Evanshine, when we do get to plan acceptance, when that phase is behind us, we have this neighborhood town hall system on a quarterly or 3 times a year basis in the city. And I think a slightly scaled down, slightly less wonky version of this that really hits the 4 areas of reliability, capacity, modernization, and resiliency. Because ultimately we're trying to bring a whole community on board with behavior change and excitement and enthusiasm about this grid. And we can't explain it often enough. I mean, there are many early adopters in the city like this, but I think it will behoove us to really try to bring this word about this work to the people. often in order to really build that buy-in. And finally, just a comment, to increase the rate of adoption of electrification. Like, we're the gold city, we know that, we're proud of that. There are plenty of cities in our region, and there are plenty of cities beyond here that don't necessarily have, you know, the kind of staff and the kind of opportunity to make this happen that we do. And I'm wondering what we can do to increase the rate of adoption elsewhere. Might we partner with our sibling cities? Might we partner with our sister cities? Might we partner with East Palo Alto right across the way that's likely to face sea level rise impact before we do? You know, what are the ways in which we can take this great innovative thinking and share it with others in a way that actually enhances the greater good, which is, you know, the world adopts this behavior change. There's just a thought. I'm not the first person to have that thought, but I thought today was an appropriate time to mention it. I'm done. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I just want to also thank staff for your work here. I think this is a really important topic. You know, I've been getting letters and having office hours on this topic, so I think it's really well timed, and looks like you guys are making a very concerted effort. I also like the fact that you guys mentioned that you did a survey. I was wondering if you could tell me more about that and how was it done and how many people, and just so I could get a better understanding.
Yeah, so this was a survey we do every few years. And I'm sorry, Dean, did you want to field this one?
Go ahead, John. You're fine.
Yep. Okay. So this is a survey that we do every 2 years or so, and it's focused on understanding the community's perceptions of us as a utility, on the dimensions of customer service, cost, reliability, and then some look into attitudes around electrification. It's actually something we partner with all of the California utilities, the public utilities on. California Municipal Utilities Association helps run it. And we do a statewide sample, but then we do a statistically valid oversample in Palo Alto and collect detailed attitudes here so we can compare to the statewide survey as well.
So how many samples were taken?
I'd have to get that number for you. A lot of times it's on the order of 400 people, but I don't know what this specific survey was.
Okay. And was
I'll
this
get back to you.
Okay. And was this a random sample?
Yes, it's random sample, and my understanding is they also, you know, make sure that it's representative as well.
Okay, because I think like where I live in Palo Alto, my power is actually pretty good. It rarely goes out. But I know for some people in certain parts of the city, it goes out a lot. And so I just wonder, that's why I was wondering about the sampling, because some people are lucky and some people are not. Okay, and also I think if it's done every 2 years, you know, what I would suggest, and I suggest this to many other departments, is that you guys implement some sort of net promoter score where every interaction is measured, and you just, you know, ask one question, so it's easy to get real-time feedback versus every couple of years. I agree with the comment that was made earlier about undergrounding the lines. You know, we have a lot of trees, including on my property, we have a lot of trees. You know, I think we have a plan or a goal to underground all the utility lines, but I don't necessarily think we have the money for it. But I think we should make a concerted effort to underground as much as we possibly can every year, because I think we do like the trees, but trees and lines don't necessarily conflict. I mean, don't necessarily go together, they conflict. Which is another question I have, which is, when there's like on my property, the lines kind of go through trees, like some street trees. Is staff supposed to fix that, or is that up to the homeowner to go up the pole and try to trim it themselves?
Councilmember Tanaka, that is actually the utility's responsibility from a city standpoint. So we will identify whatever trees are getting up into the primary, and we'll go by and cut them on the city trees.
I'm talking about the one that goes from the, you know, from the pole to the house. Yeah. So is that the homeowners, or is that the?
So if the tree is actually on the homeowner's property, that is not going to be
so
ours.
It's a street tree.
But if it's a street tree, it would be our responsibility.
I see. And you guys automatically do that, or is that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So the homeowner doesn't have to do anything; it just happens.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. Great. Because I just know on my property that I see it hasn't gone out yet, but I see it. Okay. Great. And then let's see. Yeah. So I think, and I appreciate the question earlier about the undergrounding of the lines. So, and I also thought it was good that you guys talked about the 300 million, because it is a lot of money to upgrade our infrastructure. And I think we should, because I think reliability is really critically important. The one part that I think we should also be doing or thinking about is, I know right now we're pulling money out of our utilities to help fund our general fund, but maybe given the magnitude of the investment needed for the grid modernization, I think we should back off on some of that. And then, yeah, I also like to comment about goals for liability. I think that actually makes a lot of sense. So I'd love to see that as part of the plan as well. Thank you.
If I could add just for the council, I'm sorry, Mayor. Thank you. So my plan is to actually share the full survey, which is a survey for electric as well as water. I'll be sending it as an informational packet to all of you. So you'll be able to actually see the questions and how it was rated.
Can I also add that we've had a couple times the reliability goals come up, and we do have a goal with the utility. I think it's in the annual budget each year to be within that top quartile nationwide. So, you know, we were meeting it most years, but as it's shown in the chart, there were a few years recently where we're not meeting it, but we do have that reliability goal for the utility already established as well.
Great, thank you. And I'll just wrap up here with a few comments. One, really appreciate all the work. I do think that both the reliability and maybe in some ways the perception of the reliability is one of the most critical work that we're doing for our SCAP goal and moving towards electrification. I think a lot of the discussion that we had tonight was very helpful, and many of those strategies for addressing factors that are impacting perceptions of reliability on that table 1 on page 9 all appear to be really good concrete steps on improving the reliability of the grid. I am concerned though that most customers themselves, I think there's definitely a disconnect between perceptions of reliability and the reliability we are seeing, especially in compared to PG&E. I'm concerned that the only thing that's really going to impact the perception is going to be a combination of time and our ability to make it through subsequent winters with little to no outages. So, but while we're waiting for that, hope we can do more communication regarding kind of what we're doing to improve our grid, and especially how we compare to PG&E. I agree with kind of these reliability standards that are needed, and to try to improve where we've kind of lost some of that in the last several years, but still the numbers compared to PG&E is really eye-opening. So hopefully we can find ways to be able to really educate our customers more in that area. And then my one kind of question here, the report states that 90% of overhead lines in single-family neighborhoods will be completed by 2027, which is wonderful and I think really impressive that we've been able to maintain such an ambitious schedule. But with about 47% of our residents being renters and many living in multifamily, do we know what percentage of multifamily residences will be updated by 2027?
Oh, go ahead, Jonathan.
I was just going to say, Dean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way we're handling the multifamily residences is that unlike the single family homes, each multifamily complex has its own transformer, and so when we go through the neighborhoods and we're upgrading the common transformers for all the single family homes, we're also upgrading the feeder lines, the lines between the transformers, to make sure that they can accommodate both the single family loads and the multifamily loads when they're electrified. But those multifamily transformers, the transformers that are, and we're also upgrading the single family the transformers that serve multiple homes. But the multifamily transformers, we're not necessarily upgrading those as part of the grid modernization effort. What we have instead is several programs, one of which, for example, is our electric vehicle charger program that's meant to help multifamily buildings do electrification upgrades. And when they do that, we have incentives for them to cover some of the cost of both the customer's electric upgrades and the city's transformer upgrades as well. So that's how we're helping those folks. And in the study that we're doing this year, on the funding study on how to fund the SCAP as it continues to scale up, one of the major focuses of that is multifamily electrification programs. And those costs associated with upgrading those transformers they're going to have to be a part of that study. So it's a little bit more of a tricky topic because it's not as standardized as single family. Each one is a sort of a custom project. So it doesn't really lend itself to the sort of mass upgrades, but we do have ways to help those multifamily buildings, particularly affordable housing, do those upgrades. In fact, we've already done a pilot building electrification program with a project with a Mid-Penn site. We have partnerships. Our partners, our affordable housing partners, are really interested in working with us on these topics, and they're going to be a focus of ours in the next few years.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that response. Let's move now to public comment on this item.
Our first speaker is Bob M.
Thank you, Mayor Stone and council members. Having a reliable system for utilities is, of course, as you know, essential. It's extremely important. And Palo Alto basically has one. The Sunday before last, our power went out twice, once in the late afternoon and once in the evening. And each time it was restored in less than an hour and 3/4. Now, if there had been PG&E, they'd probably still be out. One of the things that is important, the city adopted a policy more than 40 years ago, was to underground the utilities in order to improve reliability. And a number of areas were undergrounded. Orem, for example, was underground in the early 80s. And about maybe a fifth of the city was undergrounded, and then AT&T decided they didn't want to pay for undergrounding their utilities, which basically killed the system citywide, except for a few small areas. Now AT&T is talking about eliminating providing service to the community by wires. If that's what they do, if they dropped the use of wires for connecting to the community, they would no longer be in a position to veto undergrounding the rest of the utilities that the city could do. And that would basically significantly increase reliability. When we have major storms or earthquakes, like the big storm we had the Sunday before last, fortunately it doesn't happen very often. With a utility system where the wires are under trees, there's going to be some failures and you're going to have some problems. It's going to increase the cost to everybody. So long-term policy should be adopted once again to underground the utilities and talk to AT&T and verify that they will no longer prevent undergrounding utilities because they are no longer concerned about whether they're wired or not. I think that would make it a lot more reliable in the city, and over the long term, it would save a lot of time and money.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
It's always hard to follow my esteemed former neighbor when I lived in Barron Park, Bob Moss. Howdy, Bob. He was just an unbelievable citizen for doing a lot for this community. Okay, a couple of things. One, a couple of times the power went out, like Bob said, over in where I live. And it seemed to me like the first one was more like 4 hours, came back on. But there seems to be an increasing number. So the idea of a backup generator appeals to me. we think it would be great if the city can support people that don't have enough money. That's not my category, but that's an aside. As far as a former employee, and maybe that person was an unsatisfied employee, disgruntled employee was the word I was looking for. But this individual said that this person, he or she, made it clear to me that they didn't feel that the management, starting at the top, that Chicano was providing sufficient support for the utilities folks, the line folks. And there was a fear of reporting things because they felt that management would retaliate. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's something I think that you want to look at. Also, I like the idea that they were recruiting for students from Sac State and Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. But I'd really like to know a little bit more about our top management. How many people are employed altogether that have something to do? Because again, the feedback I was getting, again, I'm not a recipient witness to any of this, but is that the top management wasn't giving sufficient support to the team, and people were feeling intimidated. I'd also like to know, because I was told there was, and again, this is just hearsay, take it for what you want, that there was a lack of African Americans employed, and that when they were employed in utilities, they were the last hired and the first fired. Again, I don't know if that's true, but I would love to get that data to see, hopefully, that was wrong and that we're doing a great job in terms of diversifying and training the staff, and that management is not intimidating folks from the bottom. People feel just fine about reporting stuff that could negatively impact the utilities from the citizens' perspective. So that's something I'd like to hear a little bit more about as well. I thought tonight's report was measured. I don't understand a lot of this stuff, but I thought the speakers from staff did really an excellent job keeping it measured. And so thank you.
Our next speaker is Lauren S.
Good evening, everyone. It's Lauren Siegel, and I'm the chair of the Utility Advisory Commission. I really just want to say thank you for your comments and questions, and it's really helpful to hear. And also just to spare you suspense and let you know that for the survey, there were different customers surveyed for gas and electric, and in each case, it was about 400 customers surveyed. And that was it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we will move on then to consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll start with public comment on the consent calendar.
Our first speaker is Herb B.
Good evening, Mayor Stone and council members. I have two concerns about this contract with Downtown Streets that I think is important for you to consider by taking it off the consent calendar. The first is that I noticed in my walk around just Hamilton Avenue for about the past 6 months, the people who have been sweeping the streets aren't there. You may have seen the teams led by someone in a green shirt and the others in yellow shirts. And also noticed, just by going to the post office, I can look across to the food closet, which is funded by other money, that all those Downtown Streets people weren't there either. And when I inquired, I understood it had to do something to do with the independent contractor versus employment. And essentially, people are being given gift certificates. I think it was going to a meeting of $50 or maybe 2 meetings in a week, and then asked to volunteer by sweeping the streets. And I don't know whether at the food closet, whether they're being paid separately by the hour or whether it's just counted that way and it comes out to $10 an hour. So I think in terms of the performance of the contract that we've had so far, I think it's important for the council to find out and for staff to report the extent to which the services that are being requested in terms of street cleaning and the parking lots have happened. The second item is who should be paying for it and how. Since the beginning of it as a charter city, 1950, it has been the tenant, occupant, or owner of a business that is responsible for keeping the sidewalk clean. And I'll have, when I finish speaking, I'll give the clerk to hand to you a copy of Palo Alto Municipal Code, section 9.48.050, obligation to clean sidewalk. So it seems to me that's who should be paying for cleaning the sidewalks. And for those that have parklets, that's essentially extension of the business. And they would be essentially needing to clean up for that part as also. And since those that have parklets are essentially obstructing the sidewalk by, for restaurant bringing food and serving customers by crossing back and forth across the sidewalk, the street essentially becomes what the sidewalk was. So it seems to me that in your parklet program, that should be getting money from businesses that is more than whatever money you should be getting from businesses for just the sidewalk alone. You're already getting a permit fee, which covers just a fraction of the missing parking space. So for those two reasons, I think it's not appropriate. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
Another shout out for another person that's contributed so much, Herb Barak. What a man, what a person. Again, hard act to follow. I wanted to talk about the scandal in item number 7, the downtown streets team. There was allegations of sexual misconduct towards employees from management folks. Some of those people have left, others are still there. We were supposed to get an independent report. To my knowledge, it never happened. I do think it should be taken off calendar to see whether any of those serious allegations of sexual inappropriate behavior towards employees and whether those were resolved. So we're not supporting an organization that's engaged in that kind of behavior. The other one that I'm concerned about is the item number 6. My God, where are they buying these uniforms for law enforcement, park ranger, and fire? All important agencies in the department. We're talking, what are they buying these uniforms at Nordstrom's? This is like $720,000, $144,000 a year. I think we could do better than that. Was there a competitive bid on that? And then number 4, that's a huge amount to just have a non-consent about sludge. I mean, we're talking about a $5 million contract and a $7 million contract, even more money than we're paying at Chicada. So I think this should be something that's discussed. Those are huge numbers. Again, I'm concerned that we're not having a competitive bid on that. And then number 5, adoption of a resolution to authorize Stanford University to enforce unauthorized parking in several of its parking facilities. Okay, so maybe somebody can help me out with that. What are we doing talking about Stanford's business? Is there some crossover between Palo Alto and Stanford on parking structures? Maybe somebody can help educate me. And I think there's some other folks in the public that would like to know what all that means. So see what you can do to help us with those things. I just think, again, we're getting too top heavy in terms of the numbers of items on consent, that because everybody wants to be efficient. I understand that time wise. We still need to have an oversight. And the one person that I can count on for that always is maybe our future congressperson, Greg Tanaka. He's going to make sure that we look at these things carefully and not just skim over them when we're talking about taxpayers' money. We're spending a lot, so maybe somebody can address each of the items that I gave some thought to and have expressed some concern with tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to the dais for a motion to move the consent calendar. Thank you. Councilmember Burt moved.
Second.
Great, thank you. Any recusals? Councilmember Vinker.
Yes, I will recuse from consent item number 5 due to the work that I performed for Stanford.
Thank you. Any no votes or motions or requests to pull? Councilmember Tanaka.
Let's see, no on 4, 7, 8, and 9.
Seeing no other lights. And when the clerk is ready, you can call the vote.
Vice Mayor Lowling,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no votes?
Sure. So first one is 4. This is the sludge contract. And the public speaker got it right. It's a massive amount of money, $5 and $7 million respectively, about $12 million. Actually, I guess altogether 13 million. But the really alarming thing is how much it went up. It went up 50% and 66% from the previous contract. So that's a lot. You know, maybe if it wasn't on consent, we could look at the details and try to understand this more. But from what I read, it just seemed pretty excessive. And I think there were only 2 bids that were, or these are the 2 bids that were accepted, but there weren't that many other bids, unfortunately, that were acceptable. So that's another issue. Second one is the street cleaning. So I've actually heard from quite a few members of the public about how the streets are not clean. So I think the member of the public that spoke about issues or concerns about certain parts of downtown not being very clean is something I've heard from other people as well. So I'm concerned about the performance problem. But the other problem I'm concerned about is that this also went up 63% from the previous contract. So that's quite a bit. There also wasn't any competitive bidding. You know, the scope was expanded, but it wasn't really clear about what the scope increase was. So lots of issues. And I mean, there was also some of the prior, I guess, sexual harassment type of things that were going on. Anyways, I think some of that might have been cleaned up, but I'm not sure. And then third one is 8, which is the IT, on-call professional services. So as some of you guys might know, I'm in the tech industry. So, you know, what we see in tech is prices just go down. They don't go up, except here. So, you know, we went from $480,000 to $1.25 million, which is, you know, in the tech world is just shocking, right? Because typically you only see the prices go down. As rarely do you see prices go up. You know, the selection process for these different services was not clear, not very transparent. I couldn't see the details in the staff report. And so, especially in the world of this ChatGPT, right? A lot of these tools are really low cost. So a lot of these kind of IT services really should be lower price, or a lot of it could be actually done by done without actually having to consult these IT folks. So anyways, just really seemed like the wrong direction, especially given we're facing budget deficits. And then last one here is the sole source contract for the water talent consulting. And for me, I guess my biggest concern was that this was sole source. It seemed like there was no other bidders. And so I think we, one of the feedback I heard from other people who've tried bidding on our projects is that one reason we don't get that many bids is we have, they're pretty onerous. Of course, we want good quality, but we have to make it so that people actually want to bid on it. Otherwise, we're left with just one bid and not much negotiation room. Thanks.
Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Through you, may I ask a question of the city manager?
Sure.
City Manager Shikata, could you bring back a report to council with regards to Downtown Streets team, if they're performing, what they're performing, just so that we kind of get an idea of what they're doing? That would be a great update for us.
Certainly will do.
Well, that will move to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Would like to request City Clerk's assistance. Thank you. Let's go to the next slide. Just have a few items of note for this evening's comments. First off, did want to note for public awareness, this is an issue that has garnered significant community interest. Community meeting being scheduled with Caltrans related to El Camino Real and their impending projects, both to do resurfacing as well as more specifically here to install bike lanes that would require removal of on-street parking throughout the city of Palo Alto. Would note we've got a website that has provided some of the ongoing information exchange between the agencies, but also that we do have a community meeting coming up on February 29th here, listed from 6 to 7:30 p.m., as well as a number of other public sessions that are being scheduled leading up to city council discussion and review of this proposal on April 1st. Next slide, please. Also want to note for this week, on February 14th, there's a joke in here somewhere, but probably not in good taste, related to mosquito abatement on Valentine's Day that will be occurring in the Baylands that the county vector control district will be spraying. This time it is helicopter spraying. I know previously there have been trucks and various other methods. Obviously for the Baylands, trucks would not be feasible. So we do expect to have helicopters or a helicopter in the area flying at a relatively low altitude in order to conduct this mosquito abatement activity. Next slide, please. Then upcoming events and community engagement opportunities noted chronologically here. I've mentioned previously that February in particular has a number of issues or a number of events that are scheduled, and that ranges here from Thursday coming back this week through the Lunar New Year celebration at Mitchell Park Community Center on February 25th. So again, a number of events, notable events, all indicated on our city website, cityofpaloalto.org/calendar. Next slide, please. Oh, and then finally, want to note for your upcoming agendas that, let's see, first off, no meeting next week as it is February 19th, President's Day holiday. Then the following week, we've got a few items on your docket. The one that's likely perhaps to take the most of your time that evening is the Council Procedures Protocol Handbook follow-up. This will take up a number of items that were deferred from your last PNP, Procedures and Protocol Handbook discussion. Then on March 4th, a couple or two items that were removed from the consent calendar related to Tower Well, Parkland dedication, and the Ellsworth Place proposed development. Those will come back on March 4th. And then a discussion of the council's priority objectives and committee work plans. Then the following week, March 11th, coming back on 445 Bryant, the former gym facility at city, adjacent to the city garage. And likely a second part of the council priority objectives and work plans, subject to how it goes on the 11th. And finally, noting here on the 18th of March, also pulled from your consent agenda, the tree ordinance update, and the majority of that evening on March 18th will be spent with the Planning and Transportation Commission, as well as the council's review of the revised housing element. Then I want to note here in the box, first was the President's Day holiday, as hopefully everyone has on the calendar. Then on the blue box here, did want to note for public awareness that the city will be implementing a number of, limitations on signs and displays or symbolic materials, as we've referred to it, that can be brought to city council meetings. So in consultation with the mayor and vice mayor and city clerk is posting on your agenda beginning your next meeting, which is February 26th, the following, and I'll read it just to be accurate. Signs and symbolic materials less than 2 feet by 3 feet are permitted, provided that 1, sticks, posts, poles, or similar or other types of handle objects are strictly prohibited. 2, the items do not create a facility fire or safety hazard. And 3, persons with such items remain seated when displaying them and must not raise the items above shoulder level, obstruct the view or passage of other attendees, or otherwise disturb the business of the meeting. So wanted to note that for public awareness. Again, that will be posted on the agenda beginning February 26th. That will be issued this Thursday. And with that, that completes my comments. Back to you, Mayor Stone.
Great, thank you. With that, we come to our break. Let's take a 5-minute break before we begin our action items. All right, we are back from our break. Thanks for your patience. And we'll moving on to action item 10, adopt a resolution modifying the city's objective design standards for SB9 projects. And then just a little notice, we're just going to slightly rearrange the agenda. Next, we're going to hear item 12. But now, item 10, staff, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Stone, and good evening, City Council. I am Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. I am joined by Amy French, our Chief Planning Official, and online we have Emily Callis. Ms. French will give the presentation.
Good evening. Next slide, please. Tonight, we're here to request council adopt objective design standards by resolution. These are modifications to existing objective design standards for SB9 projects. You will recall SB9 allows up to 4 units on single family lots. These are not discretionary projects, so council does not have a role in reviewing ministerial SB9 projects. Next slide. In 2021, staff used the key elements from the individual review guidelines, and we incorporated some of the Eichler neighborhood guidelines as well to create the existing standards. Council reviewed and approved the standards with the interim urgency ordinance back in December 2021 and asked staff to bring those forward to the ARB and Planning Commission. Neither body has a role in approving or reviewing SB9 ministerial projects. Next slide. In 2023, the council approved a permanent ordinance. The ARB carefully reviewed and provided input on each of the standards. Staff also sought input from the applicant focus group and our individual review program architect. Our ARB chair is here tonight to summarize the ARB's findings and efforts. Once I finish, next slide. Through this effort, we streamlined the standards to remove redundant and overlapping standards and refined the standards to improve clarity and allow flexibility. The standards still address the privacy, mass streetscape, and Eichler context addressed in the original IR process. Next slide. Our IR guidelines have been helpful tools since 2001. Applicants and staff use them to design and review plans for 2-story homes and second-floor additions. The discretionary IR process allows for context-specific review and the use of more broadly phrased standards for ministerial SB9 review. Objective standards are needed, and staff needed to cite appropriate measurements addressing context, such as related to front setbacks and daylight planes. The applicants can still go through the IR program if they want to deviate from the objective SB9 standards. Next slide. In 2021, council asked staff to consider the Eichler guidelines when reviewing and refining the objective design standards. We did that. On the screen are example topics related to Eichler tract items, and now staff invites the ARB Chair Balté to provide remarks on this item with respect to the process and input of the ARB.
Good evening. I'm Peter Balté, Chair of the Architecture Review Board. We worked very closely with the planning staff to come up with revisions to these design guidelines. We were very pleased and felt we worked very well with them. In fact, when we made a comment that it really would benefit from having the input of other architects and design professionals in town, next meeting they came back with the real survey results of exactly that. And it was very pleasant to see all that come together. So to be quick, we focused on sort of 5 broad standards, trying to look all through all these things. You may want to hear about that. One was to keep it simple. For example, we standardized the maximum width of a driveway to 18 feet. We struggled with whether it's a percentage of the lot width, et cetera. In the end, you just keep it simple. We wanted to be consistent with other existing standards in town. For example, you're allowed to go up by 50% of the extra height that's caused by a flood zone area. So we figured to carry that through all of these standards as well. Just makes sense to keep it consistent throughout. Thirdly, we wanted to avoid standards that limit design flexibility. So for example, we pushed back on requirements that would limit the height of interior walls and structures. Just didn't make sense to do that, or ones that required more varied roof forms on a project. Again, just let architects have their way on that. Fourth standard is that we feel that design a daylight plane is really the best way to regulate massing and privacy impacts. So consistently we push back to create daylight plane or stick to a daylight plane type regulation. For example, when you have a 2-story house going in next to a single story, we felt it made sense just to put a lowered daylight plane starting point. That's 8 feet up at a property line and over at 45 degrees. That's really the best and easiest, simplest way to regulate the impact on the neighboring project. Lastly, we really have learned, all of us, through the IR process, that privacy is paramount in Palo Alto. People really take it very seriously. So when issues of privacy came up, we felt we were quite strict and pushed pretty hard to maintain, at a minimum, what the IR guidelines would require. There's two sets of standards here regarding landscaping on the property line, which we worked pretty hard to make sure we're at least what would be done normally. And the same thing with window placement, when windows had to be frosted or could be opened or closed. With those basic ideas, we felt we helped a lot to get these standards to where we recommend strongly that you approve them. And I'll take any questions you have, but I'll be sitting over here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the staff report. Let's go to public comment.
Our first speaker is Aram J.
I'm just delighted with the fact that we're going to continue to loosen up the standards, the requirements for ADUs. That's a very exciting. I love SB 9. I also love the fact that you, the city staff and council and even the volunteer groups, I appreciate, have delayed the housing element for such a very long period of time that more and more projects are being approved by way of the builder's remedy, so that we will have hopefully multi-storied complexes that will include many low-income housing. They will finally, and I know Councilmember Julie Haynes had a seminar on this issue, and I appreciated that. Attended it on the history of racial zoning across this country, racially discriminatory zoning, and you all are helping break this kind of racially discriminatory zoning that Palo Alto has a despicable history of engaging in by dragging your feet longer and longer and longer on approving the housing element. So I hope you all just continue to drag your feet on that while we get more and more of the kind of housing in the areas that we want to finally break the systemic racism in the housing patterns that have existed for so very long, that many members of this council and councils going back many years have tried to resist and have been in denial regarding, and don't even want to discuss, except Julie Haynes hugely attended seminar, and I'm forgetting for this very second, Julie, I have the book here at home, and I apologize, I'm forgetting the name of the two great speakers that came to the seminar and addressed this issue in a really compelling manner. And one of the speakers, the father of the team, father and daughter authors, pinpointed areas right here in Palo Alto and surrounding areas that have that history, And now we get to rely on that, hopefully the builder's remedy. I wish it had been by council and by the community voluntarily to break the racially discriminatory housing patterns that have existed since the existence of this city from the beginning. But I applaud all of you that went along and tried to drag out the housing element. Congratulations to you all. I really appreciate it.
Our next speaker is John Kay.
Mayor Stone, Vice Mayor Lowing, council members, I'd like to begin by thanking the ARB for its work and especially its reaching out with the assistance of city staff to other architects and design professionals in the community in recommending changes to the city's current SB 9 design requirements. I'd also like to thank the staff for its working with the design professionals in the community. That said, I think it's pretty clear from the staff report itself that the current SB 9 process is not working if the goal of that process is to promote the construction of more and more affordable housing in Palo Alto. As the staff report says, I believe it's at page 3, there have been only 6 applications, I believe in slightly over 2 years now, and only 1 approval for SB 9 projects in Palo Alto. That may be by design, I don't know, but if the intent was to create more housing in Palo Alto, what we've got right now just isn't working. In somewhat the same vein, I do not understand why, if the city is committed to expanding the size of SB 9 units, as discussed in the staff report, I believe at page 9, from 800 square feet to 1,200 square feet, that it's not being done now. Saying that it's going to happen in 2025 and saying that it's addressed in the housing element simply doesn't cut it, in my opinion. At least with regard to state mandated 800 square foot units that are created under SB 9, I think it's also clear that when you deal with the tree ordinance, again on March 18th, as the city manager just indicated, this ordinance or the tree ordinance or some other ordinance is going to need to be amended to make clear that the statewide exemption SB 9 800 square foot units are excluded from the tree ordinance. Regarding standard A4 driveways, I don't understand the rationale for the city being a third party to a driveway easement. That's discussed in attachment A at page 1. Attachment A at page 1 and attachment B at page 1. And perhaps I've missed it, but it seems to me that the one covered space parking requirement alluded to in table 2 to attachment B that references Palo Alto Municipal Code 1852, table 1, should state very clearly that it does not count against the 800 square foot statewide exemption square footage that's provided by SB 9 itself. Finally, I think there's been a degree of lack of imagination. One of the best resources we have in our community for implementing SB 9 are the alleys, the courts, and the lanes and the other thoroughfares that are throughout most of the town. I hope next time you look at this, you will really consider how to make this
Your time is up.
robust with regard to those alleys. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to council for questions, discussions, and motions. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. First, let me ask a follow-up to what John Kelly just asked about is to what extent are alleys being utilized in these design guidelines for SB 9 projects?
We didn't incorporate a guideline for alleys we didn't add that to the existing guidelines. That was not brought up by anybody.
So if someone does an SB 9 project, is there access permissible from the alley?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, and driveway considerations, do they embrace access from the alley? They do?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then on A8, it talks about decorative surfaces to blend with the landscape, stone pavers, grass pavers, or bricks. Those sound like permeable materials, but there was no mention of a permeability requirement for groundwater absorption. Is that one and the same, or could we have those materials, but they're mortared in a way that makes them impermeable?
Well, we have, in the R1 at least, we have a restriction on the amount of pavement in a front yard. I don't know if it's getting to what you're getting at, but.
Only indirectly. So basically, and we had been talking about this a number of years ago and moving in this direction. I'm not recalling exactly how far we got, but when we're putting in driveways that in this case, if it exceeds 10 feet in width, then we don't want them to have that water just run off into the storm drains. It should be materials that can give them a great nice, attractive driveway, but absorb the water into the ground.
Yeah, so on all of that, the zoning encourages alley access, the zoning allows for permeable. The only time that we'd have to have permeable that is a fire truck access is, for some
Yeah.
landlocked type parcels.
I'm trying to recall where in our current code we talk about that permeable paver issue.
So my understanding is you can use permeable pavers, and the city is interested in site retention of water, so it doesn't run off into the storm drain. And so as part of our C3, and other review as part of the building permit process, we are taking a look for on-site recovery of stormwater.
So allowing permeable pavers is different from what I'm talking about, which is requiring them if it's above a certain size of a driveway.
Okay, yeah, so that is not so what we're trying to do here is, because it's ministerial, we're just trying to set some very clear standards, objective standards.
Okay.
That one we have not done.
And the importance is really less on SB9 projects than it is in general.
Understood. Yep.
Okay. And then lastly, and this applies to projects in general as well, but I can see where it would really matter for an SB9, which is A1, the front setback. And this carries forward what I've, for now pushing 20 years, have thought was a really a bad mistake that was made in the zoning, where it says that the contextual front yard setback for these projects, if I understand this correctly, would have to be no less than the average setback of the homes on either side. And so first, the context is that when we did zoning updates 20 years ago, we were attempting to really embrace some of the best new urban planning practices, which really recognize that if anything, we want to encourage homes a little closer to the street so that basically neighbors engage one another. We didn't want to prohibit folks from having traditional setbacks, but if anything, we wanted to encourage that. And instead, what we have set up is a zoning that keeps pushing homes further and further back. So if you must have your new home, it be at least as far back as the average of the adjacent homes, then you keep creating a new average. And I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me that that's what our code does, and it's against what we have thought of as best practices. So why do we have this here?
I'll just say in this case, we brought it forward to 25 feet. So no more than 25 feet. So that's new for these. That's not in the zoning code.
Up to a maximum of 25.
Yeah, if there's no contextual setback for the street, if all the homes aren't set back at 30 feet, there's a variety, then we can't push them back beyond the 25 feet.
Okay. Well, then that might make it somewhat of a moot point, but I think it's still the wrong design. I'm not going to worry about it here so much, except that I'd say on SB9 projects, they're going to be looking for, in many cases, ways to maximize that lot space. And what we're doing is saying that if your neighbors are 25 feet and even the house that maybe you tore down was 20 feet away, you still have to put both of those new homes 25 feet back.
Yeah, so not disagreeing at all with what you're saying. The outcome does push buildings back. This was attempting to recognize that and cap how far it goes back. You don't need to have.
It's a step in the right direction.
You could also make the decision tonight for a 20-foot setback, which would be consistent with typical lots.
Thank you.
Councilman Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Appreciated it. I know we all want a strong, clear, and implementable housing element. So I just want to be sure that none of the standards represents a constraint to housing that could be an obstacle to getting our housing element approved.
None of the objective standards presented to the council this evening in this attachment would serve as a constraint to housing.
And the staff report mentions the increased SB9 unit size coming forward. When will that be coming forward?
So I think the housing element has it identified as 2025. We are, as you know, looking at our work programs for the upcoming fiscal years. And so we'll be taking a look at where we slot that specific change in. If the council had an interest in moving that forward, you have a couple of avenues in which you can do that. One is when you consider your objectives discussion on March 4th, and then again, when you consider the housing element on March 18th.
Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Thanks very much. I'm glad that the ARB and the architects and the city in general identified privacy as being so important, because it is. Anytime we even started originally talking about ADUs on the PTC, that was one of the key things that was there. So really glad that you're comfortable now at the ARB that that's covered, particularly with the daylight plane as the technique. So I think that was quite wise. I have a few small questions that are mostly just clarification. Let's see, the applications that came in, obviously you did only approve one. Can you just give us a flavor of what the other ones are that therefore aren't yet approved? And you said there's still some discussions going on.
Yeah, so I'll invite Ms. Callis to join us. It's not that the projects that are under review are necessarily going through a conversation. They're just being reviewed for compliance with code is my understanding. Where the conversations are taking place is for projects that have not been filed yet and people who are interested in filing. But Ms. Callis, do you want to add a little more color to that?
Yes, I don't really have anything to add. The building permits that are in process, most of them have not been on file for an especially long time, probably within the last 4 months or so. So they're just, going through the typical process for compliance with the codes.
Okay, thanks. And then just clarifying the wording on that paragraph at the bottom of the staff report, page 3, where you talk about more financially accessible ownership units by going to 1,200 square feet. That means sort of financially worthwhile to invest in so that folks can get rent or sale off of the unit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then
or the sale, right?
Right. Okay, that's fine. And then you came up with this estimate of 40 more units might come. Was there any methodology about that, or just sort of a feel? Or
yeah, I think it's as part of the housing element, we're required to identify outcomes from our programs, and this is one of the programs in the housing element. So the projection over the course of the next over the 8-year housing cycle is that we would produce at least 40 units. We think this change in square footage may have the effect of receiving more applications, and that's why we believe that will generate that number.
I concur with that. And then again, just a clarification point, the 40 units that you're talking about is not ADUs?
Not necessarily. No, they're actually not ADUs. It would be standalone or second, units, not ADUs, added to the property.
But it's a net total increase that you're estimating of 20 living units of some kind or another. It can be a small ADU or the main house or both or whatever.
Yeah, I actually don't think it includes ADUs. I'd have to take a look at the housing element program again. I know that reference in the staff report says not including ADUs, but it's 40 net new units under SB9.
Okay. And then lastly, you are still able to talk about neighborhood context. I'm surprised that you can take into account neighborhood context, because that would suggest that Well, what would it suggest? I guess that's what I'm asking. If it's all two-story neighborhoods, does it have to be a two-story building, or what does the neighborhood context mean? On packet page 4. I'm sorry, staff report page 4.
I think it means two things. One is the standards that we've developed are based on the IR projects that have been reviewed through the individual review process, which really speaks to neighborhood compatibility and transitions in scale from one building to the next. It's not design review. It's more of a transitional scale. So by incorporating those outcomes into objective standards, that's how we're achieving that compatibility with adjacent structures in the neighborhood. And the other way is through the standard that we just mentioned a moment ago, through the contextual setback, front yard setback. So you have a standard in place that takes into consideration the front yard setback and how the new structures would have to fit within that.
Okay, and we're comfortable that's allowed under SB 9?
Yes. Yeah, because it's an objective standard. It's not one that we impose any subjective evaluation to.
Good, that clarifies that very well. Thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Councilmember Vink.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Director Late and Ms. French and Ms. Callis. I think it's a huge accolade to all of you that we got so few public comments on this item. That is, SB 9 housing element. It's a big deal in this town, and we care deeply about housing. And oftentimes before council meetings, our inboxes are overflowing. And I think the fact that you did the survey, worked with architects and worked with the ARB, and the ARB, thank you to you for putting so much time into this. It brought it to us in a situation where it's pretty well balanced. And, I read through it. I'm particularly pleased to see that the number of objective standards was so significantly reduced from 64 to 19. That's really terrific. And that takes a lot of work. I mean, it's sort of the analog of Mark Twain's, I would have written you a shorter letter, but I didn't have time. Well, you took the time and you have fewer objective standards. So my comments are really just to say thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to appreciate the work of Ms. French and Ms. Callis on that, but also especially the Architectural Review Board was very helpful in this process. Thank you.
Councilmember Coop.
Thank you. I do want to thank the Architectural Review Board for the amount of work they did in order to make sure that it's not impactful on the neighborhoods, especially in the single family neighborhoods, which we probably don't have any more of, but it is still a very close-knit neighborhood. So people's homes are their homes, and of course, privacy and all of that, it's very important to them, but also the context. My concern on us, and I want to thank Director and Ms. French, as well as Emily
Callis.
I want to thank everybody on their work on this too. For the most part, the objective standards is really taking into a lot of things that is really out of our hands with state mandates to the best that it can be. There's of course still a lot of matters which it does concern me, because there is in the staff report, it does state that it's stakeholders and it's meetings with mostly with architects and developers, as well as the applicant. I understand a survey was taken, but it does worry me that we didn't try to go into the neighborhoods, to the neighborhood association, and bring more of that to them so that they can let their community, each of the neighborhoods, know about what's going to be happening. And furthermore, with this SB 9 mandate, unfunded mandate, is that there's no notification that will go out. Or can you assure me, can you kind of clarify for me, when an application comes in and when it's going through the process, will there be notification to the neighbors that within the 600 feet or 1,000 feet that there is a project that is going in?
There is no mailed notification for SB 9 projects because they are
ministerial?
There's no discretionary review associated with them. We do have mail notification for some projects. The individual review process is discretionary, but the notification for that is to, what do we do for that?
21 days.
No, what's the distance though? Is it 150?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's 150 feet notice for those individual review applications. We do post our applications as they come in online through buildingeye.com, which is a website that can provide information on a neighborhood level if somebody wanted to receive notices on development activity in their neighborhood.
Yeah, and I see the problem over there. Of course, if I'm living in my house, I'm not going to be always on Building Eye to see if the application has come in for the house next door or across the street or behind me. So I think in some ways, if we can kind of consider just a notification, there's nothing much the owner can, the property owners can do about a house that is going to be densified, a property that's going to be densified, but it would be nice for them to know what is going to be happening rather than a surprise. So if anything, I would like to add that through a motion to add a notification process to neighbor when an application comes in for a SB9 project, that the neighbors within 500 or 600 feet are aware of it, even though you have an IR process. So I'll put that forward and see if there's any support for it.
So are you moving the staff recommendation with that modification? Is there a second?
I would second that.
Great. Councilmember Cooge, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I think, there's these state unfunded mandates have taken away so much from the residents who are already living here, and really remove democracy and their right to speak up on about where they live, how they live, what the impacts are going to be. I really think that this is the least that we can do in giving them at least that little bit of notification that something's going to be happening right next door, across or behind them within a certain distance. I think through our national survey, we have seen that confidence in government, and even though this is not a direct matter that the city council did, it came from the state. I do think that we should give that little bit that we can to make sure the neighbors know about this impact. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yeah, as Director Late said, this is quite different than what is the norm, because when we're usually doing this, it's to advance notification to folks who may object to something that's coming near them. And in this case, they wouldn't be able to object because it's by right. But unless there's some constraint to it, sending out 40 postcards in the next 5 years, I don't think is a big issue.
Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, I would just want to make sure that the notification doesn't give a false impression to the neighbors that the city or they have any discretionary approval of these projects. And so if the notification included that basically under state law, these projects are permitted by right, then maybe that's fine, because we don't want neighbors to suddenly go, what's going up here? How can this have happened? And they don't understand that it's not under city discretionary approval. So under that clarification, I'd support it. But I want to make sure we don't give a false impression otherwise.
Thank you, Councilmember and Mayor. If I may answer that question and expand upon the noticing, Ms. Callis has informed me that there's two types of development not to get into the weeds of SB 9, but there's basically two types of developments for development activity that can take place with SB 9. One involves just adding additional units to the lot itself. Another involves a lot split where you can sell off the other portion of the lot. For the lot splits, we actually do have a notification requirement of 600 feet already in the code. We don't have notification if somebody just wants to add a second unit into the back of their property, for instance. Not much unlike adding another ADU. We don't do notification for ADUs. And yes, when we do send the notification, we could, we note what is being requested. We can add some language that this is the process or it's provided for by state law so that we can set the expectations for those who are receiving it appropriately. So with that updated information, I guess I would ask does the council want us to expand our notification to these standalone additional units that do not involve a lot split? And if you do, I don't know, I'd have to look into this as to whether or not that cost could be extended to the applicant because it's a ministerial process. Maybe it can, and if it can, we would do that. But what it may do is push that responsibility onto city staff, which we could absorb at these numbers. But it shifts that burden potentially to staff to do the notification. So again, just to recap, for lot splits, we already do a 600-foot notice. The question is, do you want us to also extend notification if somebody just wants to add a unit under SB 9 when they are not doing a lot split?
I would actually like to see that people are notified of potential construction and impacts, building impacts, construction impacts that may occur, like noise and so forth. So I would like to expand that.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the concern and the question. From my perspective, SB 9 is meant to streamline things, make things easier, make it more possible for single-family homeowners to participate in the co-creation of more housing in California and in our city. So I'm not in favor of anything that creates an additional burden for the homeowner or for staff. And right now we have only a small number of applications, but as we continue to educate our community about what SB 9 is and what it can do, and we make it easier for them to do it, I think we're going to get more applications. So I just want to caution us against doing something. We already have a, planning and development staff that is overworked and underpaid, probably not, I don't know, but appreciated, but overworked. I know I just set that up. I'm sorry. And I question the utility and worry about the cost in terms of staff time.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. I have a question for staff, just to make sure I'm understanding where we're starting from. So we do notice lot splits, right? I think I heard you say we don't notice just normal ADU building. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And we don't notice remodels?
No, we do not.
And we don't notice tear downs?
No.
And we don't notice a build of a primary unit on a vacant lot?
It depends if it's 2 stories or not.
Okay. But I guess what I'm saying is, so the only thing that we would be doing here would be to add a notification if you add a primary unit to your lot? Is that how I understand this amendment to be?
Under SB 9, yes.
Yes. So guess for me, I'm failing to see why, like, there's certainly a lot of construction I've had on my street with, remodels, tear downs, all those kinds of things. And we do notice the lot split, which I think is the more significant thing for how the neighborhood is. And so I don't know why we would, and we don't notice the ADUs that SB 9 allows. So this seems like we're just selecting out one instance to say we need to add notification. Is there anything wrong with what I said factually?
No, it seems like it would be, adding more notification than we would typically do today for another similar project.
Okay, all right, thank you. I think I will not support this subparagraph A for that reason. Thank you.
I'll chime in. I think I was kind of going down the same route as Councilmember Vinker, trying to understand how this is different than other projects. I guess one kind of follow-up question, Director Late, what really is the difference here if there is no lot split in an SB9 application and it's just to add an ADU or a JADU? How is that really different, just kind of procedurally, than other ADU applications?
Yeah, so I would think of SB9 as a little bit differently in that it's not adding necessarily an ADU, but adding another primary unit on the site, which then could also have an ADU. Because today, one could have a single family primary residence and have an ADU and a JADU. With SB9, you can take that same lot and have a primary residence in the back. And Ms. Callis will correct me if I'm wrong on this, or Ms. French, but then also have an ADU for each of those primary units. So today we wouldn't notice an ADU or a JADU. And if you have one single family structure on the lot and you add another primary residence on the lot, we wouldn't typically notice that, only if it's being subdivided and then sold to a different owner. That's when we would do the notification.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's under common ownership.
Okay, thank you. And then I was thinking when Councilmember Lithcott-Hames was making a really good point that we're not trying to kind of overburden here, trying to promote greater housing development. And I agree that this might impede that, but then I think maybe the flip side to that could be this gets the word out there that this is an option. And I wonder if one of the reasons why we're not seeing so many of these projects is because of lack of awareness and knowledge. And if you see my neighbor's doing this, maybe I can too. I wonder if that's beneficial or not. But mostly I support the staff recommendation. I don't think I support the notification, just because I don't really see how this is separate than other projects. Councilmember Koo.
Well, I appreciate the consideration. I appreciate Councilmember Lowing's seconding this motion. I'm not going to withdraw it. I would suggest that you do an unfriendly or a substitute. I do believe that people who live in the community, especially people who own their homes or even rent their homes, should have the ability to be knowledgeable about what they're going to be getting into and what is going to be happening next door to them. So it's a manner of making sure that there is a way for people to know and not be surprised by such a thing. And I really have to say, I don't understand why the secrecy in a way, and what would be the problem with the notification. I see that I don't have the votes, which is fine, but unless Vice Mayor Lowing wants to withdraw his motion, his seconding, I would like to see unfriendly. I'm open to either.
Councilman Lithcott-Hames.
Okay, well, I'd like to propose an amendment for an unfriendly emotion. This should be a song. Substitute motion. Before I do that, I do want to say, Mayor, that your notion that the notice could be a promotion is an entirely different concept. And I'd be 100% in favor of that. Like, hey, look what your neighbor's doing. You can do it too. Go to this website, learn more about lot splits and ADUs. But I don't think that's what's being proposed here. But would love to see that kind of thing. So my substitute would be to move to adopt the attached resolution, attachment A, modifying the objective design standards for development pursuant to California Senate Bill 9 with period. No addition. That is, my substitute motion removes subsection A.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Should I just speak to your motion?
I think I already have. Thank you.
Councilmember Vicker?
I don't need to speak to it. Thank you.
Great. Speaking to now our substitute motion, Councilmember Tanaka.
No, I think I'm good.
Any other lights? No? All right, so we're voting on the substitute motion. Oh, so thank you.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
No.
Motion carries 5-2.
Great. Thank you, staff. Let's move on now to, again, we're just going to slightly rearrange the agenda. We're going to move to item 12 now, adoption of a resolution certifying the need for an exception to the California Public Employees Retirement System.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Sandra Blanche, HR Director. This will be very quick. The resolution before you is to rehire a Public Works retiree who, Matt Raschke, who just retired in January. He's needed to be a project manager and return as soon as administratively possible to complete the public safety building project work. CalPERS has an administrative procedure that requires the city to have council adopt this resolution in public as an action item. By approving this resolution, council is approving an exception to the 180-day waiting period that's required under the Public Employee Pension Reform Act. That's the end of my comments.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment.
We have no hands raised and no requests to speak.
Thank you. Then we'll bring it back to the dais for questions, comments, and preferably motions. Councilmember Tanaka.
Can you explain a little bit why is there a 180-day waiting period?
Usually the CalPERS requires 6 months a time period before a retiree can work in the agency in which they retired.
I guess I know that. I wanted to know why do they have such a policy?
I don't know the reasoning behind their policy.
Could it be they don't want to have people like leave and come back as consultants, getting paid much more than they were when they were there? Could that be a reason? Because they're getting their pension plus their pay as consulting?
What I can say regarding pay, anyone who returns back to the agency is required to be paid the same amount as that position. And so they can't come back and make more.
No, but I thought they also get the pension at the same time.
Yes, that's correct.
So
Just
they're getting
salary,
paid
though.
twice, right? They're getting paid through the pension. They're getting paid also as a consultant, right?
For salary, yes.
Yeah, and could that be the reason why CalPERS doesn't want people back within 180 days?
I don't believe so, because CalPERS only allows retirees to work 960 hours. And so as long as they remain under that amount of hours, they regularly allow retirees to come back.
Well, to me, it seems like they have a reason for it. I'm sure it's not arbitrary. I'm just guessing what it might be, but I thought you might know given your HR profession. Okay, and I guess, project management seems like a relatively prevalent skill. I guess why him? Why not? Why can't we get someone else?
Matt Raschke's been working on this project for 9 years, so he has extensive knowledge of this project. And this project is at its final stages. And so having him return is critical to complete the project.
Okay, I guess I still don't understand because, I mean, I've worked with a lot of project and program managers and, you know, even if the person also aren't we almost done with this project too? I mean, that's the other thing I was just thinking about. So I guess I'm just surprised that someone's so irreplaceable.
Let me add, if I could, just specific to the situation, to your point, no one is irreplaceable. So it's really the most cost-effective way for us to proceed. We could, whether it's extend the time period that the work is done, bring someone else up to speed, all of that would be feasible, but again, would be in all likelihood at significantly greater expense.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Ku.
So I want to say that I've heard Mr. Rasky speak and represent the construction of the public safety building. He would give presentations at the California Avenue Business District committees, and he's very knowledgeable about that building and how it works. I think that having him come back for this period is actually a good idea because we don't have to train somebody and have them learn about the whole project all over again. Mr. Rasky can just continue from where he had stopped since he retired. But I'm sure he's keeping tabs on this because this was like his baby. So I would, if Mayor would allow me to make a motion, I would like to move this. I'm sorry?
Please do.
Oh, thank you. I'd like to move the staff recommendation, please.
Yeah, no one. I'll second.
Thank you. I spoke to it already. Thank you.
I don't need to speak to it. And I think the city manager and our HR director spoke to the reason why we should approve this. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, since the HR director didn't know why they had the role, I just researched it, and so and I just want to see if what comes up on Google is true. It says they have it because they're trying to prevent pension spiking. It says this policy helps to prevent practices that may artificially inflate an employees' pension benefits. By enforcing a waiting period, CalPERS aims to ensure that retirements are not arranged solely to increase pension benefits through short-term reemployment. And I don't know if you could speak about, is this what this says here? Is that true?
I can't speak to that at this moment.
Okay. It says a few other things like compliance with state law. The waiting period is also a compliance measure with state laws that regulate public pensions. These laws are designed to protect the integrity of the pension system by ensuring the retirees do not immediately return to work in a similar position or without genuine separation from service. Okay, it talks about fiscal responsibility, it talks a bunch of other stuff, but for those reasons, I can't support this. It just seems like it's not necessarily in the best interest of the people of our city.
If I could, Mayor, Councilmember Tanaka, I'm familiar with the concept and the principle of pension spiking and avoiding that, and that does not apply in this circumstance.
Thank you. And seeing no other lights, if the clerk can call the vote.
Councilmember Lipcott-Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you, appreciate it. All right, let's move on then to our last item, item 11, discussion of the fiscal year 2024 mid-year budget review. I believe staff has a presentation.
Mayor, given the hour, if the council would like, we could do a brief intro and skip the presentation, or we can go through it. Does council have a preference?
Unless there's a strong preference for the presentation, I think a brief intro sounds great, given the hour.
I would love to get a presentation.
Anyone else have a strong preference for presentation?
Me too.
Others? Okay. Sorry, Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, I think it's important that we have the presentation.
Okay. If we can go over the presentation briefly, because we also want to try to balance that with us being able to make good sound judgment decisions, and we're already past 10 o'clock, and this is a pretty significant item.
Or we can move this to like next week.
Great. I'll turn it over to Paul Harper, our budget manager, who will do an abbreviated version.
Thank you, Kylie. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Paul Harper with the Office of Management and Budget. If we can go to the next slide, please. We're talking about the 2024 mid-year budget review. This report is one of many touch points that we bring to the council throughout the year, continuing the dialogue of the fiscal position of the city. The main actions in this report include the items that were referred by council to come back as part of the mid-year report from the fiscal year 24 budget, as well as some technical adjustments to align with the budget and the current activities and reconcile with the year-end, some year-end items from fiscal year 2023. Next slide, please. This slide highlights those referral items that came from the fiscal year 24 budget. It's more of a status update. The top of the slide shows the items that funding was requested and is recommended to be added as part of this mid-year budget. The items on the bottom are those items that are more of a status update at this point. Staff is still working through some of these items. Some of them may come back as part of fiscal year 2025, and others are on hold due to staff capacity. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the recommended additional funding that totals about $300,000 across the general fund. The areas that we are recommending to add are in planning and transportation services, as well as public safety services. A few of the notable items to highlight here is the staffing realignment in the development center and planning special projects. That is an add delete of one position for another. There is some funding recommended for the Palo Alto Transportation Management Authority to continue their current level of service through the end of the year, as well as some funding for fire equipment maintenance, repair needs, and training supply costs in the fire department. Next slide. This next slide highlights the technical adjustments that we're recommending. This is a total savings of about $200,000 in the general fund. These are items that the council has mostly seen before, the approval of the excess savings in 2023 to the pension trust fund and the capital improvement fund, the major sales tax revenue and investment earnings that we were recommending to recognize and had talked about as part of the long range financial forecast, and then a couple technical adjustments to align with, again, year-end items for fiscal year 2023. Next slide. This slide shows us kind of where we are at this point in terms of our reserves. The top part of the slide shows the budget stabilization reserve, which has a net reduction of about $100,000 with all of the actions that are in this report. With this, we have about 3.3 million surplus above that 20% level that council approved for 2024. The bottom part of the slide shows the uncertainty reserve. This has been reduced by about $600,000 to pay for those priority items that we are funding in this report. That would bring the uncertainty reserve down to about $9.5 million. One thing to note, this staff report recommends approving things as, keeping money in the BSR and keeping the uncertainty reserve as it is. We wanted to note that there is one alternative where you could combine those two items and put the excess 3.3 million from the BSR into the uncertainty reserve. And I'll speak to that again a little bit at the end. Next slide. Just to note, in some of the other funds, there are some technical adjustments recommended. In the electric fund, we're recommending to align revenues, and commodities due to increased hydro output. In the general benefits fund, we are aligning the contributions to the pension trust fund from other funds with the general fund contributions that have taken place over the last year. In the general liabilities fund, we're recommending increased budget for some insurance costs. And then in the vehicle replacement and maintenance fund, recommending that increase for the fleet electrification that was brought back from the 2024 budget. Excuse me, next slide. This slide highlights the next steps. In March and April, the rate plans will come forward to UIC and the Finance Committee. They will further be brought forward as part of the proposed budget in May when that's released for Finance Committee review. And then in June, the third quarter fiscal year report for fiscal year 2024 will come out, along with the adoption of the, well, that should say fiscal year 2025 adopted operating and capital budgets. But yeah, we are looking at the 2025 budgets at that point in time. Next slide. Lastly, this is the recommended action to approve the amendments in this report and to approve the adjustment in the table of organization, which adds one full-time position in the Planning and Development Services Department. As I mentioned earlier, alternatively, the council could decide to take that 3.3 million excess in the BSR and combine it into the uncertainty reserve for a total of 12.8 million. A couple advantages to this would be consolidating all of your one-time funding into one place. Approval of the uncertainty reserve does only take a majority as opposed to approval of the BSR funding, which requires a supermajority. And again, it's just for clarity and kind of putting all that funding in one place to be used for future year planning. And with that, that's our presentation.
Excellent, thank you. Let's go to public comment.
Our first speaker is Aram J.
Okay, I didn't understand. Ed Chicata didn't give the reasoning why spiking doesn't apply. He just said it doesn't apply, and we should accept that without an explanation. That's bad governance. Somebody needs to pin his Chicata down. Why doesn't spiking
Mr. James, we're on.
Oh, I got it. I'll go ahead.
On.
I'll go ahead.
Thank you.
I got you. It's late. So Greg Tanaka, I appreciate that. It went so fast. And this is like jamming something that's so critical on all this supplemental budget stuff. And one thing that stuck out to me is it sounded like, but it went awfully quick, that of the budget extra surplus money, they're only going to give $1.7 million to reduce the $500 million and growing PERS debt. 500 million, and everybody keeps talking about a surplus, and I'm like, no, there is not a surplus when you have a $500 million debt to the retirement fund and growing with salaries like Chicata's. So I just hope Greg and others, even Bert, you're pretty good at this stuff. Why don't you pin down what all this budget stuff was? It went rapid fire, so that we get a sense. Now, I have no problem with funding for additional equipment for our fire department, obviously, but I want to make sure we're not giving the police even a larger amount of I think the last time I looked at it, 30-40% of our budget goes in growing to the police department. Maybe it's only 30%. That's a huge chunk. So, I want to know why, if we are adding additional funds to the police department, somebody's got to be on that all the time. These guys are paid $300,000-$400,000 a year and saying they don't make enough money. I'm talking about people like Bender and Zach Perone with benefits and the whole nine yards. So, Greg, I'm glad you at least got a summary of this important budget stuff, but I hope you will be the wonk that you are and ask a lot of questions. I don't care if it's late. That's bad scheduling on folks' part. I would rather be doing other things too, but I know that citizen participation is something I'm obligated to do. Louis Brandeis said, and I quoted that before, the first Jew appointed to the court in about 1917, a great jurist said, you know, it's not elected officials that are the most important players in our democracy. And these 1 minute limits on our opportunity during oral communications is outrageous. It's the citizens. And you don't show adequate respect in that regard by always cutting us short. Thank you.
Back to the dais for discussion. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did appreciate the staff presentation and appreciate also the seriousness of this matter. Could we go to, well, first of all, to public comment, just the assertion that we are digging a further hole in our unfunded pension liability. We're not doing that. We really have a great plan in place as a city to pay that down. And we do put extra money into that already robust solution effort. So I just wanted to correct the record there. On the reserves, this question of whether, since the BSR is over target, right? Council has a target of 18.5 to 20% of the BSR. It looks like we're going to end 2024 with 21.2, which is higher than it should be. So those dollars have to go somewhere. And there's a suggestion that that extra 3.3 million could be added to the uncertainty reserve, which is a much shorter term spend. My question is, would we not also contemplate divvying it up to put some of it in the section 115, really to the previous point that was just made? What are the other options for where we might put that excess in the BSR is what I'm asking.
Sure. Councilmember, you are correct. That is a policy decision for the council to make. As you noted, your policy is any excess at the end of a fiscal year does get split 50-50. However, that is usually the funding that the council realizes that it has, post June, that fiscal year close. Typically, the council has expressed a desire to know if we're going to have excess funds during this portion of the year so that the council can make a decision, to your point, on do they want to add it to the pension trust? Do they want to add it to capital? Or do we want to reserve it for other uses that may be coming up for council priorities or allocation as part of the budget process?
And so it sounds like one option here at mid-year is to say, we just know that we're projecting a $3.3 million surplus in the BSR, and perhaps we wait until the end of the year to decide when we have actuals where to put it.
Yep, you can leave it right.
Councilmember.
Thank you. One thing I was looking for that was part of kind of this group of potential expenditures that we struggle with at the end of the budget cycle last year was the, I think, project for removal of eucalyptus trees in Arastradero Preserve. But I didn't see that mentioned here unless I missed it. Is it in here?
Councilmember Byrd, if you, on the slide presentation, it's on slide number 3 near the bottom. It's it hasn't been funded because staff is pursuing grant funding for this.
Oh, 303, okay. And, well, I see it. I even had it highlighted from before, sorry. Okay, and I just want to mention that I forwarded it to the Public Works Director contact information at Stanford because, as you may know, they did a major removal right across the street in Portola Pastures of a eucalyptus grove, and they came up with a out-of-area contractor that was 1/3 the cost of the several within-area contractors they had. So my concern is that in pursuing a grant, is the timing such that it would mean that we wouldn't get those removed this year? And when we discussed this at Finance Committee, we asked whether if we had adequate funds at the mid-year, would that in no way delay accomplishing the task before this fire season? The answer was yes. So now we're pursuing a grant and I'm worried about the timing.
I think either perhaps Chief Duker or Kristen O'Kane are on the line to help us out with the timing of this.
Hi, good evening. This is Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Director. So a grant was applied for, and we are very close to receiving word as to whether we've received that grant. As far as timing, I don't have an estimate of when that work would be able to be conducted, depending on the grant funding schedule. I don't know if Chief Duker is on the line. I believe that grant was submitted through their office. It doesn't look like he is.
Okay, so then I'm glad that we're close to getting an answer on the grant. I am concerned that if either that getting the grant would not allow us to have a timely removal, or that if we don't get the grant, we don't move forward when we thought we were going to move forward either way. Where the Finance Committee left off in June was that, or May, was that if there was funding at mid-year, this was a priority that we wanted to re-examine. So that's, I'll lay that out there, and if staff wants to think about that before we come to a motion, please feel free to do so. And then on page 6 of the report, on unhoused resident services, we had said staff expected to develop a plan for better coordination among homeless individuals and housing services. However, most services are already managed by the county through the Palo Alto Supported Community Plan to end homelessness. And I don't think we're aware, I'm certainly not, of really what that plan means for Palo Alto and what is our plan. And it's great if the county has a strong program there that we're part of, but I don't know whether that is adequate. And we thought we were going to have a plan presented to us that we would be able to scrutinize. So we don't have an opportunity tonight to do that. I'm concerned that, you know, we've added staff in the city manager's office overseeing our housing and homelessness issues. And I certainly, for one, have been anxious to have a more comprehensive understanding of our approach. So is there a way in which we're going to be able to understand more deeply what this county plan means and whether it really is a substitute for us having a plan of our own that complements the county plan?
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. This is Melissa McDonough, Assistant to the City Manager. On that item, so the county community plan to end homelessness, which runs from 2020 through 2025, was endorsed by City Council back in August 2021, August 30th, 2021. And this plan, the way it works with the federal government is that Santa Clara County is the continuum of care. They organize all of the funding. They hold 98% of the contracts, and they kind of manage the workflow as mandated by the federal system. So they ensure the very coordination we were talking about originally. Most of this work, like I said, is done through the county. So to prevent duplication of effort, they already have a plan that we helped form with them. We were part of the group that informed that plan. We've instead focused on ensuring that internally we're well coordinated, and we've also strengthened our relationship with the county. Additionally, we've added a pilot of city-funded outreach workers. And looking forward into 2024, we're reviewing existing housing-related work in the city, exploring what other cities are doing in this area, and identifying future models for Palo Alto and any associated costs. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Ms. McDonough. That was a very helpful response. I do want to add also to not understate or miss the significant amount of time that Ms. McDonough has expended in project managing Project Homekey and bringing that forward in cooperation with our partner Life Moves and getting that through our permitting and entitlement process. So as Councilmember Burt, you pointed out, quite frankly, Ms. McDonough is the resource that was added within the city manager's office to address this issue and has been doing an extraordinary job in pulling together the pieces that were just described. As you see at the bottom of page 303 and onto page 304 of your packet, staff is also looking at bringing forward another element to be considered in your priority setting session that will happen on March 4th. So that I think explains why at this point we're not proposing additional dollars to be allocated in the absence of a specific proposal to bring forward to you.
Well, I'll look forward to a deeper discussion on that in March. I will note that the county's plan to end homelessness and our engagement with it had already been a commitment 2 years before. During the budget cycle, we talked about this process. So something has changed since June, and I don't yet understand what that is, but I'll look forward to a better explanation in March. Just quickly, last two things because I'm over. I didn't see any recommendations for utility staffing that may be needed to implement some aspects of our climate initiatives and electrification programs, in particular, the advanced metering infrastructure and what may be needed there in terms of staffing and data analysis. And then second, on the Cal Ave, we have line items here, but I know as Councilmember or Vice Mayor Lowing has talked about, we have a concern with how rapidly we're going forward with the new near-term measures. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yeah, thank you. First, just a couple of big picture items. When we finished this item back in whatever that was, July, I thought when we saw it again, we would see our whole parking lot of items. So I don't think this is comprehensive of everything that we all had separately put into our parking lot of things to come back and look at and arm wrestle about up here for a couple hours to see. So I presume that means that you are recommending from that list and others where we should spend the surplus.
These Councilmember or Vice Mayor Lowing, these were the items. Now, obviously not all of the items have funding recommended associated with them, but every item that was part of the referred list has been referenced in the memo.
Okay, I didn't go back to that. It just seemed a little bit shorter. I thought we had like 25 items or something. And this document's coming to us straight. That didn't come through the Finance Committee, right?
That's correct. Midyear is historically a time to just do technical adjustments to clean up actions. Obviously, during the pandemic, it turned into a larger process as we were unable to forecast in any accurate way, frankly, in the near term. And so Midyear became a larger process. This is a hybrid where we're quasi returning back to normal, where we've got some limited areas for investment, but primarily is just technical adjustments to align with current fiscal activities.
Okay, and then I was trying to sort from the table on packet page 301 and 2. I'm sort of more used to starting with incremental revenue and then taking off the expenses, but your incremental revenue is in the middle of the page there under technical adjustments, 3.6 million from tax revenue and investment plus 0.3 in the true up there. So that's about 3.9 million in revenue. And maybe I'm missing something after that, because if I take out your first 5 items, the 4 on packet page 301, that totals up on the top of the next page at 0.6 and then 0.3, that's like 900,000. So it looks like you're taking 3.4 million to go into the trust contribution and capital improvement and spending about 600,000 or 900,000 on incremental items. Is that about right?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. So the items that are listed as those priority investments and total up to that $600,000 number you pointed out, that's being paid for through the uncertainty reserve. And so that's why we're keeping those items separate. That was the direction that council gave us when they did this referral, was to use up to $1.1 million for those priority items out of the uncertainty reserve and not the BSR. So that 0.6 million is coming out of that uncertainty reserve and not the BSR.
Okay. Okay, good. That helps clarify. When we got over to the rental registry and we're adding a person as a senior planner for that, what effective date do you have in there for the beginning of the compensation, looking at our normal, unfortunate lead times to get a new person?
I believe the director has plans to use resources that they've already identified.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said, I believe the director has identified resources that are already available.
Oh, I see.
So we are anticipating it starting within the month.
I see. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all for now.
Councilmember Vink.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. And thank you, staff, for the presentation, Mr. Harper, Ms. Nozay, and others. So it's nice to see when we have technical adjustments that they are in the black, and that's a good thing. And as for the parking lot, I thought perhaps all of them were in there because one of the ones that I always bring up was there without any funding recommendations. So I just have a question about it. So I'm sort of the sea level rise watchdog. And in December, when the AECom contract was up on consent, I noted about the pause in work because as is noted in the staff report, the Army Corps of Engineers was doing a study, but in the staff report for today's item, it says no additional funding is requested yet. Staff is in the process of evaluating future steps and investments to better inform the request. In the context of correspondence with the Army Corps of Engineers. And I wanted to ask about that because in the December consent calendar item, it mentioned that report, and it said that the outcome of that report was expected in late 2023. So can you give us an update on what's going on there? Did we get that report? Where are we?
I'll take that. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. So we don't have the report yet. We had got some information from the Army Corps of Engineers, and then we worked with our partners at Valley Water who were managing that process to put together a pretty lengthy letter asking them a lot of questions about how they justified their conclusions. And so they've received that from Valley Water. There's been also a letter to the Army Corps of Engineers from our congressional delegation members, or some of them, pushing on the same issues. Currently, I think we're expecting to hear something back from them the first quarter of this year, is the most recent I've heard. But there's no established time frame that they're required to respond to us.
Yeah, and I'm just concerned because I know this is kind of extending, because we got our initial vulnerability assessment some time ago and work had started on the adaptation plan and then paused because of this. And we thought, we keep expecting the answer. But let me ask also, because that December staff report also noted that there's the Bay Area Regional Sea Level Rise Plan that BCDC, I guess, is working on by the end of this year. Do we know any more about that?
That's right. That's the from the last year's legislation, the SB 272 sea level rise planning and adaptation legislation. So BCDC is working on what the required plan components for sea level rise adaptation plans will be. So that's another item in addition to this big uncertainty of whether we're likely to have a project from the Corps of Engineers coming anytime soon. There's also this aspect from this legislation, and what we're hearing is actually requirements for local or sub-regional groups to have adaptation plans, and this work BCDC will be doing basically to decide what needs to be in them.
Okay, so the staff report for tonight's item goes on to say work continues and additional funding is likely to be requested as part of the FY 2025 budget. And so, so to convince me to go along with that and leave this in the parking lot, could you talk a little bit more about how, you know, the Army Corps and the BCDC things would play into our thinking on when we might need funding and move forward with our adaptation plan work?
Well, really, we thought that the Army Corps study was important enough that we couldn't proceed very far into the adaptation plan process if we didn't know that was either happening or not. So it seems like they're likely to make that decision soon. With respect to the SB 272, I think it remains to be seen on what time frame we're going to have a pretty good idea of anything that might be required for our process that comes out of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say that we had a draft number that we were talking about. We know that we will need additional funding for the contract for this work. It just didn't seem timely at this point. And there's, you know, that hope that we might be able to put a finer point on it a little later.
Okay, great. All right. Well, I really appreciate the update. Thank you. That's all I have.
I don't see any other lights. I'll just chime in on several of my questions have already been asked, but I guess one kind of clarification, and appreciate seeing 30,000 for youth mental health to be able to host an event for the youth. There was within that 30,000, I guess I'm unclear. It talks about $3,000 to fund rides through Palo Alto Link for youth to be able to get to that event and maybe other services. So is that $3,000 included within the 30,000?
It is on top of that 30,000, so the total is 33.
Great. And how exactly does that funding work? I mean, how does a youth wanting to use it get that credit?
Kristen, do you have that answer?
I do. Thank you for that question. So just a little bit of background on this. One thing that we learned in doing our research to inform this mid-year request was that transportation is a barrier to teens and youth to get to places that support their mental health. And we have the Palo Alto Link, and it is $1 for youth, which does not probably is not a barrier for some, but it may be a barrier for others. And it does require an app, and you can link it to a credit card or pay with cash. So the way this would work is the Link app would be adjusted so that a youth or teen that's traveling to any city facility that would support youth mental health, such as the Children's Theater, libraries, the Teen Center, and we've also included Alcove in this, would get a ride for free. Alcove was included in our research and also told us that transportation was a barrier for many of Palo Alto youth to get to their facility. So this is a pilot. We're going to see if it does increase rides for youth. And if it does, we'll possibly propose continuing this or find another way to provide transportation to our youth.
Great, thank you. And that's an exciting pilot to have. And for greater context for rest of my colleagues as well on the Youth Mental Health and Wellbeing Task Force, that issue came up several times, not only from our youth representatives, but also the representative from Alcove, and I think some other nonprofits that serve our youth, talking about that barrier of transportation to be able to get to various services or even to be able to get to the teen center at Mitchell Park is really difficult for many young people in the community. So exciting to see, already seeing a pilot program that might be able to address that need. So very supportive of that. We'll go to Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, okay, so I'm just looking at the budget right now and I have a few questions. So on packet page 303, it talks about fleet electrification. And I guess, can staff tell me what is the mileage on the current vehicles right now and how old are they?
Brad Eggleston again. Council member, I don't have that information in front of me, the specific vehicles and their mileage. They are ones that would meet the replacement guidelines that we have in our fleet policy, which varies for different types of equipment.
Okay, I guess this is going to come back to us on consent, I guess, I assume.
The purchases themselves?
Yeah.
The purchases that are over the city manager's authority for signing a purchase order will come back to council.
Because it's a $1.35 million purchase. So, for me, I would definitely want to see, how old are the current trucks and how many miles do they have? I was also a little bit surprised to see that, Tesla's headquarters is here, right? And I was kind of surprised that we're going for Ford instead of Tesla, but that's a different topic. Okay. And then let's see. When staff talked earlier about the rental registry, I didn't realize it's going to require another full-time head. It looks like it's going to cost us a couple $100,000 for that. And so I was a little bit surprised. And I certainly don't support the extra budget for this. I thought it was relatively low budget. Why is it so much, and why do we need an FTE?
Jonathan?
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, the staff resources were, I believe, detailed in the council report when this item was presented last year. And we did note that we would need to come back in mid-year for additional staff resources to support implementation of the program. We do have a consultant that you'll receive a contract to consider, I believe, next month to establish the technology and the interface that landlords will be using to upload information. Managing that program at a staff level is detailed in that prior report, and that's why there's this request in the mid-year.
I see. And then I saw that the golf expenses went up 51K. Can someone explain? It didn't have a really good explanation there.
Thank you, Councilmember. So that's actually an alignment for what we collected in fiscal year 2023, and the contract with the operator says that if we earn more than a certain level, we have to pay them 20% of that revenue. So this is just aligning the amount that we paid them earlier with the amount that we owed them.
Is it because the revenue went up?
Yes.
Okay, that's good then. And then I saw you guys were talking a little bit about Life Moves, and I didn't quite understand. What does that have to do with our budget?
I believe that was my reference to the Project Home Key, and that being one of the activities that our relatively new staff member that was brought on to assist with housing and unhoused issues has been working on. Okay. But there's not a specific budget request here.
Okay, or change on that. So I guess how much time is that person putting on this project?
Let's see, I'm not sure if we've got that information handy. If so, feel free. If not, we can get back to you.
Councilmember Tanaka, I would say that it varies quite a bit, depending on the project phase. But some weeks it can be 20 hours, some weeks it can be less.
I see. Okay, so it's 20 hours is like half the time then. So it's actually costing us quite a bit, probably 150K for this project then that we're paying in addition, correct?
Well, that's a fraction.
I'm a salaried worker. I'm not an hourly worker, respectfully, council member. So I figure it out.
Well, that's a service you're not providing for other things, but I understand your point. Okay, and then on packet page 356. So I was looking at the police and fire overtime, and it went up. Looks like the plan is to go for, let's see, police to go up about 6.2%. Oh, sorry, the overtime went up 11.8%, and then the fire went up 13.9%. And I was a little bit surprised to see that because I thought we just gave a pretty big raise. So I thought that was going to help. But I was reading what it said here, and it talked about how it was hard to still fill positions, and it just makes me wonder. Yeah, I guess I was just a little bit concerned because first of all I thought the raises would have taken care of some of that, and I don't know if staff has more of an explanation, but it seems like these are a substantial increase, way past the rate of inflation. It seems like the council had already done a lot to try to mitigate these vacancies. So I don't know if staff has any thoughts about this, but to me it's kind of concerning.
So I think I can take at a high level trends, and then I also see that Fire Chief Blackshire is on the line and can probably help from the fire side. So one thing to consider just in general as you're looking at this is not only vacancies, but obviously with the salary changes, obviously, even if you did the same amount of overtime year over year, you are going to see an increase in the total cost because salaries are going to change year over year based on contractual adjustments. So it's not just the volume of vacancies. The other piece is that obviously with vacancies, not only is there the staffing necessary to meet minimum staffing levels, but also we use some of our staff to help train the new staff and do academies for them. So that does cause different levels of overtime usage as we, so even if we have vacancies as we're managing those new recruits.
Because, I mean, like
Chief
please.
Blackshire.
Yes, I can add to that. Thank you for that question, council member. So in regards to filling the vacancies, it takes quite some time to do that. We are constantly recruiting, and we can only have so many new recruits or online at a time. On every single engine, on every shift, we have a new recruit on our fire engines. And then once that probationary firefighter passes probation, and then they can get off of the engine, we can hire someone to fill that spot. So currently, we had just had a process to hire lateral firefighters because it minimizes the time that they are in the academy so we can put them on board. And the goal is to get as many on board as possible before the summer because that's when we get quite busy with staffing. But again, we have to have places to put the new people that we hire. And currently, we have all those positions filled with new firefighters.
So the thing that I just find concerning is the salaries went up 5.2%, right? And that's because we gave a raise. But the overtime went up 11.8%, right? More than double the salary. So it's not just this, we gave a salary, it's also because we're giving more overtime. And, if you look at, let's say, for instance, in fire, about 20% of the compensation is actually overtime. And I assume this is when people are getting double time, right? So I guess it just seems like we have to have some, this seems more than just vacancies. I mean, this is a 20% of the charges are coming from overtime. It just seems excessive, and it's growing really fast, about almost 14% year over year. So it just seems like something's up here, more than just vacancies. So I guess I'm just trying to understand what steps is management trying to do to try to put a tap on some of the overtime that's going on, because it's growing a lot. And I'd also be interested in knowing, is this typical? Do all police departments pay 20% of their budget towards overtime? It just seems excessive.
So Councilmember, just a couple points for clarification. Looking at the year-over-year salaries, that 5.2% or fire 12.9% is not an apples to apples in terms of a straight salary increase. To provide that straight salary increase, we would need to look at the contract change as well as any step changes in the individual employees. These are actuals. So if we had more staff at this time a year ago than we have today, that's going to skew what that year-over-year percentage is. So these are aggregate numbers of just what is our spend in these categories through December 31st of 2023. The other thing to keep in mind when it comes to overtime, each classification has a different set of rules associated with overtime. So for example, in fire, yes, some do receive time and a half for overtime. Others only receive straight time for overtime. And some management positions don't receive overtime. So it really depends on who is required to work. And obviously the compensation is in alignment with their employment contract.
Well, whatever it might be, it just seems like this needs to get under control, because this is way past the rate of inflation, more than double the rate of inflation, or triple perhaps. So it just seems totally out of kilter here.
Councilmember Ku.
Mayor Stone, I want to apologize for turning on my light late. I thought I had it on until you said no more lights. So thank you for letting me go forward. I want to thank my colleagues for asking most of the questions. But I just wanted to, the one that I didn't hear anything about is the Palo Alto Transportation Management Authority. So I just want to get clarity. So their base contract amount is $200,000 that comes from the city. So we're giving them another $84,000 and then another $42,000?
Just another 42,000, council member.
So it's going to be a total of 242 then.
That's correct.
Okay. And okay, thank you. That's it.
Right. Looking for motions then?
I'll move the staff recommendations 1 and 2.
I'll second.
And I have no further comments.
Vice Mayor?
No comments.
Wonderful. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, the clerk can take the vote.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff, for staying up late with us. And we will adjourn in honor of the 49ers. Very wonderful season.
Mayor Stone, can we also adjourn in honor of the passing of Mayor of Redondo Beach, Bill Brand?
It's a more appropriate adjournment. So yes, thanks for raising it.
Thank you.
All right. Good night.